Hey guys, tonight we're drifting into the warm, quiet waters of the Red Sea, where for thousands of years people risked their lives for something so small that you could hide it beneath your fingernail. Pearl. Not gold. Not silver. Not a chest overflowing with glittering treasure. Just a tiny, luminous sphere that somehow convinced emperors, queens, merchants, and impossibly wealthy nobles that it was worth crossing deserts, sailing dangerous seas, and occasionally ruining entire fortunes. Human beings have always been wonderfully talented at assigning extraordinary value to surprisingly tiny objects. So tonight, settle in as we slow everything down. Find a comfortable position. Dim the lights if you haven't already. Take a long, slow breath. We're leaving behind modern traffic, glowing phone screens, endless notifications, and calendars packed with meetings that somehow could have been emails. Instead, we're rowing gently into one of the oldest working seascapes on Earth, the Red Sea. Its name has fascinated travelers for centuries. Some imagined it referred to the reddish glow of certain seasonal algae. Others connected it with ancient directions, neighboring peoples, or poetic descriptions that changed over generations. Whatever its true origin, the sea itself has always seemed slightly mysterious, a long ribbon of shimmering blue squeezed between Africa and Arabia, bordered by mountains, deserts, coral reefs, and endless stretches of sun-bleached coastline. During the day, its waters sparkle so brightly that sailors sometimes felt they were sailing across polished glass. At sunset, everything changes. The mountains become purple silhouettes. The wind softens. The water begins reflecting gold, copper, and deep crimson. And somewhere beneath those calm waves, hidden among coral reefs and rocky shelves, thousands upon thousands of pearl oysters quietly continue the simple business they've been carrying out for millions of years. They don't know emperors exist. They don't care about kingdoms. They have absolutely no interest in fashion. They simply filter seawater, open and close their shells, and go about being oysters. Humans naturally looked at this peaceful arrangement and thought, I wonder if we could make this much more dangerous. And so began one of history's oldest marine industries. For countless generations, pearl divers woke long before sunrise, before the desert heat settled over the coastline, before seabirds filled the morning sky, before merchants argued over prices, before children chased one another between fishing huts. There was only darkness, quiet voices, wooden boats rocking gently against primitive docks, coils of rope, stone diving weights, small baskets woven from palm fibers, simple knives sharpened carefully the night before. Everything prepared with practiced efficiency. Nothing wasted, because every dive mattered. A successful morning might feed an entire family. An unsuccessful season could leave entire villages struggling until the following year. Unlike many treasures described in history books, pearls couldn't simply be dug from a mine. Nobody could point at a mountain and announce, treasures in there. Pearls had to be searched for individually. One oyster at a time. One breath at a time. One dangerous descent after another. Imagine standing barefoot on a narrow wooden boat. The horizon stretches endlessly in every direction. The morning air is still surprisingly cool. Your diving stone rests beside your feet. The rope attached to it has been checked 3 times already. Not because anyone enjoys extra work, Because if that rope snaps at the wrong moment, your day could become dramatically shorter than planned. The sea beneath you appears calm, almost inviting, but appearances have always been one of the ocean's favorite practical jokes. Below the surface lies another world. Coral towers, sea grass, hidden crevices, schools of brilliantly colored fish weaving effortlessly through underwater forests. And somewhere among them, pearl oysters, thousands of them, perhaps tens of thousands, scattered across reefs built over centuries, each shell completely ordinary, except one, maybe, possibly, if fortune happened to smile that day. Unlike modern treasure hunters armed with sonar, diving computers, GPS systems, and enough electronics to launch a small satellite, ancient pearl divers relied on experience, memory, observation, currents, the color of the water, the habits of seabirds, the advice of older fishermen, and sometimes simple hope. Hope has always been remarkably lightweight. Convenient, really. It weighs nothing, costs nothing, and yet humans have carried enormous amounts of it throughout history, especially when money is involved. Now, before we dive any deeper into tonight's story, it's worth appreciating just how extraordinary the Red Sea truly is. This narrow body of water has connected civilizations for thousands of years. Ancient Egypt, the kingdoms of Arabia, the Roman Empire, the Byzantine world, Islamic caliphates, Ottoman merchants, European explorers, Indian traders, African kingdoms, each arrived carrying different languages, beliefs, ambitions, and cargoes. Yet all of them understood one simple truth. The sea could make people astonishingly wealthy, not because it handed over riches freely. Far from it. The Red Sea demanded patience, discipline, skill, and more courage than many written records fully admit. History often celebrates kings. It remembers emperors. It builds statues to conquerors. Meanwhile, the anonymous diver who descended 20 meters beneath the waves with nothing but a single breath receives little more than a passing sentence in most textbooks. Tonight, we'll spend our time with those forgotten people instead. We'll follow fishermen whose names disappeared centuries ago, boat builders who shaped vessels sturdy enough to survive demanding seasons, merchants who waited nervously for divers to return, families who depended entirely upon whatever the sea decided to provide. We'll also meet rulers who became hopelessly fascinated with pearls. Roman elites decorated themselves with astonishing extravagance. Queens treasured perfect specimens. Royal courts competed over collections that could bankrupt lesser nobles. It's remarkable, really. Some people today spend fortunes on luxury watches. Ancient aristocrats looked at perfectly good oysters and somehow concluded they contained status itself. History changes. Human priorities, perhaps not quite as much. As we journey through this documentary, we'll explore how pearl divers train themselves to hold their breath for astonishing lengths of time, how they protected themselves against underwater dangers with surprisingly limited equipment, how seasonal winds dictated entire economies, how coastal communities developed traditions centered around diving, how merchants judged pearls under changing sunlight, how myths mixed comfortably alongside practical knowledge, and how one of humanity's oldest industries quietly shaped trade routes stretching from the Mediterranean to India and beyond. We'll hear stories of remarkable endurance, quiet bravery, unexpected discoveries, occasional greed, and countless ordinary mornings that history almost forgot. Because history is not only made inside palaces. Sometimes it begins with a fisherman stepping into a wooden boat before sunrise, wondering whether today will finally be the lucky day. Whether one oyster among thousands might contain something extraordinary, or whether, like yesterday, the sea will simply ask him to return tomorrow. So, as gentle waves begin carrying our little imaginary boat farther from shore, let the steady rhythm of the water replace the noise of the modern world. Picture the stars slowly fading overhead. Listen to the creak of weathered timber. Hear the quiet splash of oars cutting through calm water. Smell the salt carried on the morning breeze. Feel the first hints of sunlight appearing over the eastern horizon. The divers are already preparing. The ropes are coiled. The baskets are waiting. The oyster beds lie silent beneath the surface. And our journey into one of history's oldest, quietest, and most mesmerizing occupations is only just beginning. The first rays of sunlight are only just beginning to stretch across the water, and already the Red Sea looks almost unreal. The surface is so smooth that it mirrors the pale orange sky with barely a ripple. A gentle breeze drifts over the water, carrying the faint scent of salt and distant coral reefs. Somewhere behind us, the shoreline has almost disappeared into the morning haze. Ahead lies nothing but open sea and the quiet promise of another day spent searching for nature's smallest luxury. If you had arrived here 2,000 years ago, you probably wouldn't have guessed you were floating above one of the most valuable natural resources in the ancient world. There are no towering mountains of gold, no glittering gemstones poking through the sand, no dramatic pirate caves stuffed with treasure chests, just oysters, thousands upon thousands of rather ordinary-looking oysters. History can be wonderfully deceptive that way. Sometimes the greatest fortunes begin with something that looks incredibly unimpressive. The Red Sea did not become famous because it contained the largest oysters on earth, nor because every shell held a pearl. Far from it. In fact, most pearl oysters contain nothing valuable at all. Imagine spending your entire morning diving into deep water, risking your lungs, your ears, your life, and finally returning to the boat with dozens of heavy shells, only to discover that almost every single one was completely empty of pearls. It was enough to make even the most optimistic diver question his career choices, and yet they kept returning, year after year, generation after generation, because occasionally, hidden inside one unremarkable shell, there would be something extraordinary. A perfectly formed pearl, small enough to fit on a fingertip, valuable enough to finance a trading expedition, beautiful enough to become the centerpiece of a queen's jewelry collection. It almost sounds unfair. The oyster certainly never intended to create luxury. From its perspective, a pearl was never meant to impress anyone. It was simply an accident, a biological response. When a tiny parasite or irritating particle became trapped inside the oyster's soft mantle tissue, the animal protected itself by coating the intruder with layer after layer of a smooth, shimmering substance known as nacre. Today we often call it mother of pearl. Layer after microscopic layer accumulated over months, or even years. Slowly, patiently, without haste. Nature has never been particularly interested in deadlines. Unlike humans who become anxious if their food delivery takes more than 20 minutes. Eventually, those countless thin layers produce something remarkable. Light entering the surface scattered through the transparent layers before reflecting back toward the eye. That subtle interaction created the soft glow people describe as orient. It wasn't simply shine. Glass can shine. Metal can shine. A pearl seemed almost alive, glowing gently from within rather than merely reflecting sunlight. Ancient observers struggled to describe the effect. Some compared pearls to drops of frozen moonlight. Others claimed they resembled dew resting upon flower petals at dawn. Poets, as usual, preferred the more dramatic explanations. Merchants preferred discussing prices. Both groups, in their own way, were fascinated. But not every sea could produce pearls of equal quality. That was where the Red Sea became extraordinary. Stretching for roughly 2,200 kilometers between northeastern Africa and the Arabian Peninsula, the Red Sea forms one of the world's most unusual marine environments. Unlike many seas fed by enormous rivers carrying mud and sediment, the Red Sea receives remarkably little freshwater. No equivalent of the Nile empties directly into its central waters. Few large rivers interrupt its delicate balance. As a result, the sea remains exceptionally clear. Even today, divers often marvel at visibility extending for dozens of meters beneath the surface. Imagine living underwater as an oyster. Clear water allows sunlight to penetrate deeply, supporting healthy coral reefs and the countless microscopic organisms drifting through the water column. Those tiny organisms, plankton, form the buffet that sustained entire oyster populations. Not exactly a glamorous meal. Nobody has ever described plankton as fine dining. But oysters are not particularly demanding diners. They simply open their shells, filter seawater continuously, and quietly collect whatever edible particles drift past. It is perhaps the least dramatic feeding strategy ever invented. No chasing prey. No fierce hunting. No underwater battles. Just patient filtering. One could almost call it the historical equivalent of sitting beside an all-you-can-eat buffet and waiting for the food to come to you. The warm climate also played a crucial role. Throughout much of the year, Red Sea waters remained relatively stable in temperature. Modern marine biologists recognize that these conditions encouraged healthy reef ecosystems where pearl oysters could attach themselves securely to rocks and corals. The reefs acted like underwater cities. Not quiet cities either. Coral reefs are astonishingly busy places. Fish dart constantly between coral branches. Sea urchins creep across rocky surfaces. Octopuses investigate every crack. Sea cucumbers perform their remarkably unglamorous but surprisingly important work cleaning sediments. Tiny shrimp wave their antennae from hidden crevices. And somewhere among this bustling underwater neighborhood, pearl oysters spend their lives firmly attached to solid surfaces, rarely moving once settled. Their lifestyle could hardly be described as adventurous. If oysters wrote travel journals, they would be exceptionally short. Day 1, still attached to the same rock. Day 843, rock remains satisfactory. Day 1917, slightly stronger current today. Thankfully for historians, humans supplied the excitement. Ancient divers gradually learned which reefs consistently produced healthy oyster beds. This knowledge became one of the community's most valuable possessions. Fishing grounds were remembered with astonishing precision. Certain reefs acquired reputation stretching across generations. Experienced captains recognized subtle changes in water color. They studied prevailing winds. They observed tidal patterns. They watched the flight of seabirds. They memorized landmarks, visible from offshore. Long before maps became accurate, these sailors carried detailed charts inside their memories. A forgotten reef meant lost income. A remembered reef might support families for decades. Knowledge, once again, proved every bit as valuable as treasure. Ancient Egyptian expeditions were among the earliest organized journeys into these waters. Although Egypt is more commonly associated with pyramids, temples, and pharaohs wearing impressively elaborate headpieces, the civilization also maintained deep connections with the Red Sea. Coastal expeditions brought back incense, exotic animals, rare woods, shells, and precious marine goods. Pearls were never as common as later legends suggested, but they were admired for their rarity and beauty. As maritime trade expanded, Arabian sailors became equally familiar with the sea's hidden riches. Communities living along both African and Arabian shores developed generations of practical knowledge. Children learned currents before they learned trade. Young divers listened carefully as older fishermen described dangerous reefs, seasonal winds, and hidden oyster beds. No classroom. No blackboard. No printed manual. Just experience handed carefully from one generation to the next, sometimes around a cooking fire, sometimes while repairing nets, sometimes while sitting aboard gently rocking boats waiting for dawn. It was an education measured not in examinations, but in survival. By the time Greek geographers began recording information about the region, stories of Red Sea pearls had already spread across the eastern Mediterranean. Roman merchants eagerly joined the trade networks that connected Egypt, Arabia, East Africa, and India. Luxury moved surprisingly efficiently when enough wealthy people wanted it. Caravans crossed scorching deserts. Ships sailed monsoon routes across the Indian Ocean. Markets filled with spices, ivory, silk, incense, gemstones, and pearls. Always pearls. Their value was never based solely upon beauty. Rarity mattered just as much, perhaps even more. After all, if every oyster produced flawless pearls, they would have become about as exciting as ordinary pebbles. Scarcity transformed them into symbols of privilege. Only the richest households could afford exceptional specimens. Roman senators wore them proudly. Elite women decorated earrings, necklaces, and elaborate hairstyles with carefully matched pearls. Some writers complain that fashionable nobles displayed outrageous extravagance. Others quietly admitted they would happily do the same if they possessed sufficient wealth. Human nature remains reassuringly consistent. People have always criticized expensive fashions they secretly wished they could afford. Even Roman authors occasionally struggled to resist that temptation. The Red Sea's pearls earned admiration because many displayed remarkable luster, pleasing symmetry, and subtle coloration. Some appeared creamy white. Others carried delicate hints of pink, silver, or pale gold depending upon the oyster, surrounding environment, and countless tiny natural variables. No diver could predict exactly what waited inside any shell. That uncertainty was part of the magic. Every unopened oyster represented possibility. Most would disappoint. A precious few would astonish. And that slim chance, small enough to fit inside an oyster shell, was enough to send generations of divers back beneath the waves again and again, trusting that the sea might reward patience with a treasure unlike any other. As the morning sun climbs higher and our boat glides toward the first oyster beds, the water beneath us grows so clear that we can almost imagine the reefs below. Hidden among coral outcrops, the oysters wait in silence, unaware that their quiet lives have shaped empires, enriched merchants, and inspired stories that have lasted for millennia. By now, the sun has climbed high enough to warm the deck beneath our feet. The cool air of dawn has quietly slipped away, replaced by the familiar heat that has shaped life around the Red Sea for thousands of years. The mountains along the distant coastline shimmer through the rising haze, their rocky slopes painted in shades of brown, copper, and faded gold. From out here, they look almost motionless, as though they have been patiently watching generations of sailors come and go, which, in fairness, they have. Our little wooden boat rocks gently with the rhythm of the sea. No engines hum beneath us. No electronic fish finders flash colorful screens. No satellite quietly informs us that the oyster beds are exactly 23 meters below and 47 meters ahead. Instead, there is only water. Endless water. And somewhere beneath it lies one of the ancient world's most carefully guarded secrets. Because pearl oysters were never scattered evenly across the sea. If only they had been, history would have been considerably less exhausting. Ancient divers could have simply jumped overboard almost anywhere, collected a few shells, and been home in time for lunch. The oysters, however, stubbornly refused to cooperate with such convenient plans. They preferred very particular neighborhoods. Like rather selective homeowners, pearl oysters demanded just the right conditions before deciding to settle down. Too much mud? Absolutely not. Too little current? No thank you. Water too fresh? Unacceptable. Rocky bottom with steady currents and clean, warm seawater? Now we are talking. The Red Sea happened to provide thousands of places that met those exact requirements. Its geography is unlike almost anywhere else on Earth. Stretching for more than 2,000 kilometers between northeast Africa and the Arabian Peninsula, the sea is surprisingly narrow in many places. Massive desert mountain ranges rise almost directly from the shoreline, while beneath the waves, the seabed changes dramatically over surprisingly short distances. One moment, the water is shallow enough for sunlight to illuminate every grain of sand. A short distance farther, the seabed suddenly falls away into deep blue darkness. It is a landscape built not only by water, but by the slow movement of the Earth's crust over millions of years. The Red Sea is, in geological terms, a young ocean. Far beneath our imaginary boat, tectonic plates continue their patient work, pulling Africa and Arabia apart by tiny amounts each year. No one living in antiquity knew this, of course. If you had explained plate tectonics to a Roman merchant, he might have stared politely before suggesting you spend less time standing in the midday sun. But those slow geological forces created countless underwater ridges, rocky ledges, and coral formations that eventually became perfect homes for pearl oysters. The sea itself was constantly redesigning the landscape. Coral reefs flourished wherever conditions allowed. Unlike ordinary rocks, coral reefs are alive. Well, technically, they are built by countless tiny living animals called coral polyps. Individually, each polyp is no larger than a grain of rice. Collectively, they create enormous underwater cities visible from space. Human architecture suddenly seems rather inefficient by comparison. These reefs formed natural fortresses. Wave energy broke against them before reaching quieter waters behind. Countless fish found shelter among their branches. Crabs explored every crevice. Sea stars crawled patiently across rocky surfaces. And pearl oysters attached themselves wherever the currents carried enough food without becoming dangerously strong. Finding these reefs required remarkable local knowledge. From above the surface, many remained almost invisible. On calm mornings, experienced sailors learned to notice subtle changes in the color of the sea. Deep water appeared a rich sapphire blue. Shallow coral reefs often glowed turquoise or emerald beneath the sunlight. Patches of darker water sometimes hinted at submerged rock formations. Lighter areas suggested sandy bottoms where oysters were less likely to thrive. To an untrained traveler, the sea looked almost identical in every direction. To an experienced captain, it was as readable as a familiar road map. Imagine standing beside such a captain. He says nothing for several minutes. His eyes remain fixed on the water. Occasionally, he points toward what appears to be more water. Everyone else nods confidently. You nod as well. Not because you understand. Because nobody wants to be the only person asking, which part of the blue are we looking at exactly? This silent reading of the sea became an art passed from one generation to the next. No written charts could fully capture it. Knowledge lived inside memory. A father taught his son. An uncle instructed his nephew. An older diver corrected a younger one after an unsuccessful trip. The lessons accumulated slowly over decades. Some reefs earned names inspired by nearby cliffs. Others were remembered because of unusual rock formations visible from shore. Certain oyster beds became famous for producing unusually beautiful pearls. Others developed unfortunate reputations after divers disappeared in strong currents. The sea remembered everything. People simply tried their best not to forget. Seasonal winds added another layer of complexity. The Red Sea experiences predictable wind patterns that ancient sailors gradually learned to anticipate. For much of the year, northwesterly winds sweep down the length of the sea. Farther south, seasonal weather systems connected to the Indian Ocean influence local conditions. Experienced captains understood that the same reef could be perfectly safe one month and unexpectedly dangerous the next. Ignoring the weather rarely ended well. Nature has always insisted on being taken seriously. Ancient sailors generally accepted this fact with admirable humility, or at least after surviving the first major storm. The tides also mattered, although not always in obvious ways. Changing water levels influenced underwater currents moving through narrow reef passages. A diver descending comfortably during slack water might find a return far more demanding once the tide shifted. Imagine climbing a staircase while someone steadily increases the speed of an enormous invisible treadmill beneath your feet. That gives a rough idea of the challenge. Except underwater, holding your breath, while carrying oysters. History occasionally understates these details. Modern scuba divers can remain underwater for extended periods with compressed air tanks, buoyancy devices, pressure gauges, and emergency equipment. Ancient pearl divers possessed none of these comforts. Every dive demanded careful timing. Choosing the wrong reef at the wrong tide could waste precious energy, or far worse. Yet despite these dangers, divers returned repeatedly to the same productive oyster grounds. Some beds remained active for generations. Others gradually declined. Storms occasionally buried reefs beneath shifting sediments. Corals grew. Sea levels changed slowly over centuries. Nature constantly adjusted the underwater landscape. The divers adapted alongside it. Marine life itself offered valuable clues. Certain species of fish tended to gather around healthy reefs. Seabirds circling overhead sometimes revealed schools of baitfish, which in turn hinted at productive marine ecosystems below. Even floating seaweed occasionally indicated the direction of underwater currents. Nothing was ignored. Everything might prove useful. The ancient world often separated science and tradition far less than we do today. Observation blended comfortably with inherited wisdom. One elder might explain that oysters favored a particular reef because the currents remained gentle throughout the summer. Another might quietly add that sea spirits protected the same location. Curiously enough, both men would probably continue diving there regardless of which explanation they personally preferred. Practical experience usually settled philosophical disagreements. One of the most remarkable features of the Red Sea was its extraordinary clarity. Even today, many parts of the sea boast visibility exceeding 30 meters under ideal conditions. Imagine peering over the side of our boat. The water is so transparent that sunlight pours downward in shimmering columns. Far below, coral formations begin to emerge from the blue. Fish move like tiny flashes of silver. Dark shapes cling to rocky ledges. Those are the oyster beds. Not neat rows. Not organized gardens. Nature has little interest in symmetry. Instead, oysters cluster wherever suitable surfaces allow them to anchor themselves. Some grow alone. Others form dense colonies covering entire sections of reef. From a distance, they resemble rough gray stones. Only close inspection reveals living shells quietly filtering seawater hour after hour. There is something almost poetic about their stillness. The divers above prepare ropes, sharpen knives, exchange quiet conversation, calculate tides, watch the wind. Below, the oysters simply exist, completely unaware that empires value what they may or may not contain. It is one of history's great ironies. The creatures responsible for producing some of the ancient world's greatest luxuries had absolutely no interest in luxury themselves. As midday approaches, the sea grows brighter still. Sunlight dances across the waves in dazzling patterns, making it harder to peer into the depths. The captain studies the changing colors one last time before quietly raising his hand. There. No dramatic announcement. No triumphant fanfare. Just a subtle gesture toward an ordinary patch of water that, to experienced eyes, marks the beginning of a hidden oyster bed passed down through generations of pearl divers. The anchor slips quietly over the side. Its rope uncoils with a soft hiss. The boat settles gently into place. The divers stand. They check their ropes, adjust their woven baskets, grip their heavy diving stones. The sea falls silent. The anchor has settled into the sandy seabed with a muffled thud. The boat no longer drifts. Instead, it rises and falls gently with each passing swell, as if breathing along with the sea itself. Around us, the water stretches endlessly toward the horizon, broken only by distant reefs that barely disturb the calm surface. The divers remain unusually quiet now. Their earlier conversations have faded into silence. There is no need for many words. Every man aboard already knows what comes next. For thousands of years, mornings like this unfolded in almost exactly the same way. Long before Rome ruled the Mediterranean, long before Cleopatra became one of history's most recognizable queens, long before medieval merchants dreamed of fortunes carried across deserts, the people living along Egypt's eastern coastline had already learned that the Red Sea concealed extraordinary riches beneath its waves. Not treasures in the dramatic storybook sense. No glittering vaults. No golden statues waiting politely on the seabed. Nature has always preferred subtlety. Its greatest treasures often hide inside the most ordinary things. An oyster shell, weathered by salt water, hardly looks like something emperors would desire. And yet, appearances have fooled humanity with remarkable consistency. The earliest Egyptians were among the first people to organize regular expeditions into the Red Sea's harsh coastal waters. Unlike the lush Nile Valley, where life revolved around fertile farmland and predictable floods, Egypt's eastern coast presented an entirely different world. Here, green fields disappeared. Towering cliffs replaced riverbanks. Fresh water became precious. The desert stretched relentlessly toward the sea, where coral reefs flourished beneath crystal-clear water. It was beautiful. It was unforgiving. And for those willing to endure both the desert and the sea, it offered opportunity. Imagine waking before dawn in a small coastal settlement nearly 4,000 years ago. There are no stone cities towering above you. No marble harbors lined with grand monuments. Instead, simple buildings constructed from mud brick and local stone stand clustered together against the rocky shoreline. Fishing nets hang drying in the breeze. Wooden boats rest on the beach. Smoke rises lazily from cooking fires. The village is already awake. Someone is sharpening a knife. Another repairs a woven basket. A boy carries jars of fresh water from a nearby storage pit. Older men quietly inspect coils of rope, running rough fingers across every strand. No one rushes. Haste has little place in a profession where a single overlooked mistake can become fatal. The Red Sea rewards preparation far more generously than confidence. Many of these early expeditions were organized with remarkable efficiency. Ancient Egyptian officials recorded journeys to the Red Sea primarily for valuable commodities such as incense, exotic woods, minerals, and luxury goods. Coastal regions and nearby islands became important stopping points for trade and resource gathering. While pearls were not the sole objective of every voyage, shellfish, marine resources, and eventually pearls became part of the broader economy that connected Egypt with Arabia and lands farther east. To modern eyes, these expeditions seem astonishingly ambitious. The nearest fresh water often lay many kilometers inland. Everything needed for survival had to be transported. Food, tools, ropes, boat-building materials, even drinking water. The desert offered very little assistance. It generally preferred watching humans struggle from a comfortable distance. Once supplies reached the coast, another challenge began: building boats capable of surviving the Red Sea. Unlike the calm stretches of the Nile, the sea possessed stronger winds, sharper reefs, and unpredictable currents. Boat builders learned through experience which woods resisted saltwater best. They reinforced hulls carefully. They stitched planks together using cords and pegs in techniques refined over generations. Every vessel represented hundreds of hours of skilled labor. Every successful voyage justified that effort. Every failed voyage became another lesson whispered around future campfires. The divers themselves formed a unique community. No official schools existed. No certificates hung proudly upon mud brick walls. Instead, knowledge flowed from older hands to younger ones. A father taught his son. An uncle instructed his nephew. Experienced divers watched beginners closely. They corrected mistakes immediately, not because they enjoyed criticism. Because underwater, small mistakes rarely remain small. The first lessons rarely involved diving deeply. Children often began in shallow coastal waters. They learned to swim confidently, to recognize changing currents, to remain calm beneath the surface, to equalize the uncomfortable pressure building inside their ears. Most importantly, they learn never to panic. Panic underwater is remarkably efficient. Unfortunately, it is efficient at all the wrong things. Breathing faster, wasting energy, making poor decisions. Ancient instructors understood this instinctively, even if they lacked modern physiology textbooks. A calm diver survived. An anxious diver rarely lasted long. As young apprentices grew stronger, training gradually intensified. They practiced holding their breath. At first, perhaps only half a minute. Then longer. 1 minute became 2. 2 became 3. Eventually, the most skilled divers astonished everyone around them by remaining underwater for extraordinary lengths of time. Even today, competitive free divers inspire admiration. Ancient pearl divers achieve remarkable performances without sports science, specialized nutrition, or carefully designed training programs. They possessed only repetition. Thousands upon thousands of dives. Their bodies adapted slowly. Their lungs strengthened. Their movements became economical. Every unnecessary motion consumed precious oxygen. Efficiency became survival. Watch one experienced diver preparing beside our boat. He moves almost lazily. Nothing appears hurried. He checks the woven basket hanging from his shoulder, feels the smooth surface of the diving stone, runs his fingers along the rope. Everything seems almost ceremonial. A newcomer might mistake this calmness for relaxation. It is something else entirely. Preparation. Confidence born not from arrogance, but from repetition. He has performed these movements thousands of times. His muscles remember them even before his mind does. Nearby, another diver quietly rubs olive oil across his skin. The practice serves several purposes. It helped reduce heat loss during longer periods in the water. It offered slight protection against constant exposure to salt. Perhaps just as importantly, traditions often carry psychological comfort. Humans have always appreciated familiar rituals before dangerous work. Modern athletes have lucky socks. Ancient divers had olive oil. History changes less than we sometimes imagine. Equipment remained astonishingly simple. A woven basket for collecting oysters, a knife for cutting stubborn shells loose from rocks, a heavy stone to speed the descent, a rope connecting diver to boat, perhaps a simple nose clip fashioned from shell or bone in later centuries. No oxygen tank, no goggles, no wetsuit, certainly no emergency rescue team waiting nearby. Everything depended upon one breath, one descent, one careful return. Imagine taking that single deep breath now. The air fills your lungs completely. You grip the stone. Someone nods. Without another word, you step from the boat. For a brief moment, the world erupts into bubbles and splashing water. Then silence. Complete silence. Only your heartbeat accompanies you downward. Sunlight filters through the water above. The boat quickly becomes a blurred silhouette. The stone pulls steadily toward the reef below. Pressure begins squeezing gently against your ears. Your eyes scan the rocky bottom. There, clusters of pearl oysters, gray, uneven, almost impossible to distinguish from ordinary stones. You release the diving weight. Pull yourself toward the reef. Quickly, but never frantically. One shell, 2, 5, 8. Into the basket. Your lungs quietly begin reminding you that they have limits. At first, it feels manageable, then gradually more urgent. Every diver knows this conversation. The body politely suggests returning. Moments later, it becomes considerably less polite. You kick upward. Faster now. The basket grows heavier. Light grows brighter. Your chest tightens. Then, suddenly, a tremendous gasp. Fresh oxygen floods your lungs once more. The boat appears beside you. Strong hands help lift both basket and diver aboard. No applause follows. Nobody celebrates. There is simply another breath, another short rest, then another dive, and another. Hour after hour, morning after morning, season after season. It was a rhythm that shaped entire lives. The earliest Egyptian pearl divers probably never imagined that people thousands of years later would still speak about their work. To them, this was simply another day's labor. Hard, dangerous, necessary. History often remembers kings because they commissioned monuments. Divers left no pyramids, no colossal statues, no royal inscriptions celebrating their courage. Their legacy rests instead in scattered oyster shells, ancient harbors buried beneath sand, and the quiet trade routes they helped sustain across the ancient world. Ironically, many of the magnificent pearls admired by pharaohs and wealthy merchants passed through the hands of men whose names have vanished completely. History can be wonderfully unfair like that. The jewel survives. The jeweler disappears. The pearl is admired. The diver is forgotten. Until now. As the sun climbs higher overhead, the baskets aboard our little boat slowly begin to fill with rough oyster shells glistening in the light. The divers drink sparingly from precious water jars before preparing once again. No one knows whether today's harvest contains a fortune or merely another pile of empty shells. That uncertainty has always been part of the profession. The stars are still shining, not brightly anymore, but with the soft determination of lights that know their shift is almost over. Above the Red Sea, the night sky slowly begins surrendering to the coming day. A faint silver glow stretches along the eastern horizon, where the desert mountains stand like silent guardians. Their jagged outlines remain hidden in shadow, but soon the first rays of sunlight will reveal every ridge and every weathered cliff. For now, however, the world belongs to the quiet. If you close your eyes for a moment, you can almost hear it. The gentle lap of water against wooden boats, the distant cry of a seabird waking earlier than everyone else, the whisper of a cool breeze carrying the scent of salt and dry desert stone. No engines, no traffic, no alarms buzzing from bedside tables demanding that someone immediately answer 17 emails before breakfast. History had its problems. Email was thankfully not one of them. Long before the sun appeared above the horizon, the pearl diving villages scattered along the Red Sea coast were already awake. Their clocks were not made of brass gears. They needed no batteries. Instead, people learned to measure time by the stars, the changing wind, and the slow brightening of the eastern sky. Generations became remarkably accurate at reading nature's schedule. After all, if your entire livelihood depends on the sea, you become an excellent observer almost without realizing it. Inside one small stone house, a family quietly begins another working day. There is no dramatic rush. Everything happens with calm familiarity. A woman gently stirs the embers of last night's fire until small orange flames begin dancing once again. A clay pot is placed above the heat. Simple flatbread, baked the previous evening, waits beside a woven basket. Dates are carefully counted. A handful of dried fish lies wrapped inside linen cloth. Breakfast will never appear in royal cookbooks. Nobody expects luxury before sunrise. The goal is simple. Eat enough to work. Not so much that diving becomes uncomfortable. Ancient pearl divers quickly discovered that a very full stomach and repeated deep dives made rather unpleasant companions. Some lessons required no written manuals. Nearby, children are still asleep beneath woven blankets. Soon enough they will wake. Some will help mend nets. Others will carry water. The oldest boys may already be learning the skills that one day will make them divers themselves. No formal graduation marks the beginning of that journey. One morning an older diver simply says, "Come with us," and childhood quietly begins slipping away. Outside, the village slowly comes alive. Small oil lamps flicker in doorways before being extinguished one by one. Their warm glow becomes unnecessary as the horizon grows lighter. Footsteps echo softly across packed earth. Neighbors greet one another with quiet nods rather than long conversations. Morning is not the time for unnecessary speeches. There will be plenty of time for storytelling after sunset. Right now, everyone has work to do. Along the shoreline, the boats wait patiently. Some are little more than sturdy fishing craft. Others are larger vessels capable of carrying several divers and dozens of baskets filled with oysters. Their wooden hulls bear countless scars. Salt has bleached the timber pale. Ropes show signs of careful repairs. Fresh patches of resin seal tiny cracks between planks. These boats are not beautiful in the way palace barges are beautiful. They possess another kind of beauty, the beauty of usefulness. Every scratch tells a story. Every repair represents another successful return from the sea. Every season leaves another layer of experience carved quietly into the wood. One elderly boat builder walks slowly from vessel to vessel. He presses weathered hands against each hull, listening, not with his ears, with his fingertips. Wood speaks differently to people who have spent entire lifetimes working with it. A slight change in texture, a tiny movement beneath pressure, the faintest creaking sound. To everyone else, the boat appears perfectly ordinary. To him, it quietly announces exactly where another repair will soon be needed. Experience has remarkable hearing. Nearby, the divers gather around stacks of equipment. Calling it equipment perhaps makes it sound more impressive than it actually is. Each man owns remarkably few possessions. A woven basket, a stone diving weight, several lengths of rope, a sharp knife, perhaps a nose clip carved from shell or bone. Sometimes leather finger guards to protect hands against rough oyster shells. That is nearly everything. No polished brass instruments. No complicated mechanisms. No emergency oxygen tanks. Modern scuba divers might look at this collection with understandable concern. Ancient divers simply nodded and climbed aboard. The baskets receive one final inspection. Palm fibers are tightened where necessary. Broken strands are replaced. Nobody wishes to discover halfway through the morning that yesterday's basket has quietly decided to scatter oysters across the seabed. That would be inconvenient. The oysters would probably remain perfectly happy. The diver considerably less so. One by one, ropes are stretched across the beach. Knots receive careful attention. Loose fibers are trimmed away. Salt water slowly weakens even the strongest cords. Ignoring that reality rarely improves it. The sea possesses endless patience. It waits quietly for small mistakes, then reminds people about them at the least convenient possible moment. Water jars are loaded carefully. Fresh water remains one of the expedition's most precious supplies. Unlike the Nile Valley, where fresh water flowed generously through fertile farmland, the Red Sea coastline offered little generosity. Every drop carried aboard had already required effort. Nobody wasted it. Food follows. Simple meals packed into woven containers. Flatbread, dates, dried figs, salted fish, occasionally onions, perhaps goat cheese if fortune had smiled recently. Nothing elaborate, nothing fashionable. Certainly nothing resembling the elaborate breakfasts enjoyed by wealthy officials many hundreds of kilometers away. Yet these modest meals fueled one of history's most demanding occupations. Sometimes the simplest food supports the hardest work. As preparations continue, conversation gradually begins. Not loud laughter, not energetic debates. Just quiet observations exchanged between friends who have worked together for years. Someone comments on yesterday's current. Another mentions unusual bird activity near one reef. A third quietly predicts changing winds later in the afternoon. Nobody dismisses these conversations. Small observations often prevent large disasters. Among experienced crews, every opinion deserves consideration. Even younger divers occasionally notice details older men overlook. Wisdom grows best where pride remains modest. The captain studies the sky, not dramatically, simply carefully. Clouds remain scarce over the Red Sea for much of the year. That itself provides information. Wind direction matters. The shape of distant waves matters. The clarity of the horizon matters. Even the smell of the air sometimes matters. Centuries before meteorological forecasts appeared on glowing television screens, sailors became remarkably skilled weather forecasters. Admittedly, their forecast generally included only two categories. This looks promising, and we should absolutely stay ashore. History occasionally favors straightforward systems. Finally, someone gives a quiet signal. No trumpet sounds. No official ceremony begins. The crew simply understands. It is time. Strong hands push the boats away from the beach. Wood scrapes softly across wet sand before floating free. Oars dip silently into calm water. The village gradually shrinks behind them. Smoke continues rising from cooking fires. Children wave sleepily from shore. Dogs wander between houses, searching hopefully for forgotten scraps of breakfast. Ahead lies only open sea. The rowing itself becomes almost hypnotic. Dip, pull, lift, repeat. The rhythm settles naturally into every movement aboard. Nobody hurries. There is no reason to waste strength before diving even begins. The sea rewards patience. Besides, sunrise itself provides one of the most beautiful spectacles imaginable. The eastern sky slowly transforms. Dark blue becomes violet. Violet softens into rose. Gold begins spreading across the horizon until suddenly the upper edge of the sun appears above the mountains. Within minutes, the entire Red Sea changes. The once silver water erupts into shimmering light. Every small wave catches the morning sun. Coral reefs hidden beneath the surface begin glowing faintly through astonishingly clear water. Even the divers pause briefly, not because they have never witnessed sunrise before. They have seen thousands. Perhaps precisely because they understand never to take such beauty for granted. There is something deeply comforting about realizing that every sunrise witnessed by these ancient pearl divers is fundamentally the same sunrise we experience today. Empires have risen. Kingdoms have collapsed. Trade routes have shifted. Languages have evolved. Yet dawn over the Red Sea remains wonderfully indifferent to human history. The sun simply rises, as it always has, as it always will. For a few quiet moments, nobody speaks. Only the steady splash of oars breaks the silence. It is almost a kind of meditation. The day has not yet demanded anything. No dangerous dives. No difficult decisions. No uncertainty about the harvest. Just calm water, fresh morning air, and hope. Hope accompanies every boat leaving shore. Some mornings it returns richly rewarded. Other mornings it comes home carrying little more than empty oyster shells and tired muscles. Still, the boats leave again the following dawn. That quiet determination may be one of history's greatest unnoticed achievements. Not kings conquering kingdoms. Not generals winning battles. Ordinary people rising before sunrise because their families depend upon another day's honest work. There is something profoundly admirable in that rhythm. Our boat finally begins slowing. The captain studies the water carefully. The familiar turquoise glow of hidden reefs appears beneath the surface. Everyone aboard instinctively grows quiet once more. The rowing stops. The anchor waits beside the bow. The first dive of the day is only moments away. The sea has been patient throughout the night. Now it is ready to test every lesson these divers have spent a lifetime learning. The anchor has not yet touched the seabed. For the moment, our boat drifts quietly above the clear waters of the Red Sea, rocked gently by long, lazy swells that have traveled many miles before reaching us. The sea appears almost perfectly calm, but every experienced sailor aboard knows better than to mistake calmness for simplicity. The Red Sea has a habit of rewarding careful preparation. It has an equally impressive talent for punishing carelessness. Long before anyone thinks about diving beneath the waves, attention turns toward the boat itself. Because without the boat, there are no divers, no oysters, no pearls, no stories. History often celebrates the glittering object that reaches a royal treasury, while quietly ignoring the humble vessel that made the entire journey possible. It's rather like admiring a magnificent painting while forgetting the person who invented the paintbrush. Ancient boats rarely receive the appreciation they deserve. Yet these simple wooden craft were masterpieces of practical engineering, not because they looked elegant, although many certainly possessed a rugged beauty, but because they survived, again and again, season after season, across one of the world's most demanding seas. Imagine standing in an Egyptian coastal settlement nearly 3,000 years ago. There is no enormous shipyard humming with machinery, no cranes towering above the harbor, no electric saws, no steel rivets, no hydraulic lifts. Instead, beneath a rough shelter made from wooden poles and woven palm leaves, several craftsmen quietly shaped timber using little more than bronze or iron tools, wooden mallets, chisels, adzes, hand drills, and remarkable patience. Patience, after all, was the most affordable tool ever invented. The first challenge was finding suitable wood. That was not nearly as easy as it sounds. The Red Sea coastline is bordered by harsh deserts where large forests are rather disappointingly absent. If someone had announced, "Let's simply cut down a few giant oak trees," the surrounding landscape would probably have responded with polite silence. There were no giant oak trees. Egypt itself possessed only limited supplies of timber suitable for large boats. Acacia trees provided tough, durable wood for smaller components. Sycamore fig was useful for certain construction. But for longer planks, stronger beams, and larger vessels, Egyptian shipbuilders often relied on imported cedar from the Levant. Imagine transporting enormous cedar logs hundreds of kilometers simply so they could eventually become fishing boats. That alone reveals how valuable maritime trade had become. Wood itself was almost a luxury. Boat builders treated every plank with enormous respect. Nothing was wasted. A warped board might become an oar. Short pieces formed braces. Tiny scraps found new life as wedges or repair patches. Modern construction sites occasionally produce mountains of discarded material. Ancient craftsmen would likely stare in absolute disbelief. To them, every piece still had another purpose. Once the timber arrived, shaping began. An adze, a tool somewhat resembling a hoe with a sharp blade set across the handle, became one of the shipbuilder's closest companions. With steady practice strokes, rough logs gradually transformed into smooth planks. The work demanded rhythm more than strength. Swing, chip, inspect, swing again, hour after hour. The sound echoed across the shoreline like a slow heartbeat. There is something strangely peaceful about repetitive craftsmanship, perhaps because every movement leaves visible progress behind. Unlike searching for misplaced sandals, or attempting to remember why you walked into another room, some mysteries remain timeless. The hull of the boat slowly took shape. Unlike modern vessels built around heavy internal frames, many ancient Egyptian boats were assembled using carefully fitted planks joined together with wooden dowels, mortise and tenon joints, and strong lashings made from plant fibers. Each plank supported the next. Each joint spread pressure evenly across the hull. No single piece carried the entire burden. It was teamwork expressed through carpentry. An admirable philosophy, really. Individual planks accomplish very little. Together they cross seas. Once assembled, every joint demanded careful sealing. Salt water is wonderfully persistent. Given enough time, it will discover even the tiniest opening. Shipbuilders mixed natural resins, bitumen in some periods and regions, animal fats, and plant fibers to create waterproof seals. These mixtures were pressed carefully into every seam. The process lacked glamour. Nobody composed epic poems celebrating waterproof caulking. Yet without it, the entire expedition might slowly sink beneath the waves. History is surprisingly dependent upon people doing quiet jobs exceptionally well. Even after construction finished, the work never truly ended. Botate, salt crystallized inside tiny cracks. Strong sunlight dried exposed wood. Barnacles attached themselves stubbornly beneath the hull. Every voyage introduced new wear. Every return demanded inspection. Watch our crew now. The oldest sailor kneels near the bow. His weathered hands move slowly across the wooden planks. He presses gently, listens to faint creaks, runs his fingertips over repaired seams. His face reveals little emotion. After 40 years at sea, excitement rarely accompanies routine inspections. Experience has taught him something valuable. The best time to discover a problem is while standing on dry wood above the water, not while standing inside the water wondering why the boat is suddenly becoming noticeably lower. Nearby, another crew member checks the oars. Simple tools, yet absolutely essential. Each oar must remain perfectly balanced. The handles feel smooth after years of use. The blades carry countless scratches from reefs, beaches, and hidden rocks. One develops the tiny crack. It is replaced immediately. Nobody argues. Nobody suggests. It will probably last one more trip. The sea has little patience for optimistic guesses. Anchors receive equal attention. Unlike modern steel anchors with carefully engineered flukes, many ancient crews relied upon heavy stones drilled with holes through which thick ropes passed. Simple, heavy, reliable. Sometimes simplicity survives longest. The anchor rope itself deserves almost obsessive attention. Crew members stretch its entire length across the deck. Every knot receives inspection. Frayed fibers are trimmed away, weak sections replaced. A rope spends its life exposed to sunlight, salt, tension, and constant abrasion. Ignoring that reality would be wonderfully optimistic. Also remarkably dangerous. A failed anchor line could allow the boat to drift away while divers remained underwater. Few situations encourage urgency quite so effectively. The diving stones stand neatly arranged beside the mast. Each weighs enough to carry a diver rapidly toward the seabed. Their surfaces have grown smooth after years beneath countless hands. Some stones have probably served several generations. One can almost imagine a grandfather using the same weight decades before his grandson. Objects occasionally outlive memories. The baskets receive another inspection. Woven from palm fibers, reeds, or other local materials, they appear deceptively fragile. Yet skilled basket makers understood exactly how tightly each strand should be woven. Too loose, and oysters escaped. Too tight, and flexibility disappeared. Craftsmanship often lives inside tiny details unnoticed by everyone except fellow craftsmen. Knives are sharpened carefully against smooth stones. Not until they become razor sharp. Only sharp enough to separate oysters cleanly from rocks without damaging the valuable shells. Overly sharp blades sometimes create entirely new problems. Human fingers, after all, remain surprisingly vulnerable. Several divers rub oil into wooden tool handles. Others tighten leather straps. Nothing dramatic. Just quiet maintenance. The sort of work that rarely appears in paintings. Artists generally prefer depicting triumphant kings rather than someone thoughtfully inspecting rope fibers. A pity, really. One activity built empires. The other prevented boats from sinking before breakfast. Freshwater jars are secured with remarkable care. A rolling vessel turns loose cargo into enthusiastic projectiles. Clay jars cracking against wooden decks would mean more than inconvenience. Fresh water cannot simply be collected from the surrounding sea. That lesson has disappointed sailors for thousands of years. Food containers are tied beneath shaded sections of the boat. Simple cloth coverings help protect bread and dried fish from relentless sunlight. Even the smallest practical habit develops for a reason. Usually because somebody learned the difficult way. Generations later, the reason may be forgotten. The habit remains. As preparations continue, younger crew members observe constantly. Nobody formally announces today's lesson. Instead, learning happens quietly. One older sailor pauses while examining a knot. He beckons a teenager closer. Without many words, he demonstrates the correct tension. The younger man repeats it. Not quite right. Again. Better. Brief nod. Lesson complete. That tiny exchange may preserve lives many years from now. Knowledge often travels through history in whispers rather than speeches. Finally, the captain rises. He walks once around a boat. Slowly. Deliberately. Nothing escapes his attention. The mast. The sail. The ropes. The anchor. The baskets. The water jars. The diving stones. The crew. Only when everything satisfies him does he smile. Barely noticeable, but enough. No ceremonial declaration follows. He simply places one hand upon the gunwale and gives a single quiet command. The anchor is lowered. Its heavy stone slips beneath the clear water with a muted splash. The rope glides steadily through experienced hands until it grows taut. The boat settles gently above the hidden reef. Below us, the oyster beds wait patiently, exactly where they have rested for countless years. Above us, the divers stand silently along the edge of the boat. Each man breathes deeply, checks his basket one final time, wraps steady fingers around the smooth surface of his diving stone. The morning's careful preparation is complete. Everything that could be controlled has been controlled. Everything else now belongs to the sea. The boat has become perfectly still. Its anchor grips the seabed somewhere below, hidden beneath water so astonishingly clear that sunlight seems to pour through it like liquid glass. Gentle waves tap softly against the wooden hull with a slow, comforting rhythm. Tap, pause, tap, pause. It is a peaceful sound, the sort of sound that makes the sea feel welcoming. The sea, naturally, has never signed any agreement promising to remain welcoming. It simply allows people to believe that for a little while. The divers stand quietly along the edge of the boat. No one appears nervous, not because there is nothing to fear. Quite the opposite. When danger becomes part of everyday life, it rarely announces itself with dramatic speeches. It simply becomes another familiar companion. For these men, diving into the Red Sea without any breathing equipment is as ordinary as rowing the boat. That does not make it easy. It merely makes it familiar. Modern scuba divers prepare for a dive by checking air tanks, regulators, buoyancy devices, pressure gauges, masks, fins, and emergency equipment. Ancient pearl divers looked at this impressive collection of modern technology and had absolutely none of it. No compressed air, no glass mask, no oxygen reserve, no backup plan floating conveniently beside them. Only one breath. Everything depended on that single breath. It is difficult for us today to appreciate just how extraordinary that was. Take a slow, deep breath now. Fill your lungs completely. Hold it for a few moments. Already your body quietly reminds you that breathing is usually a very good idea. Now imagine swimming 15 or 20 meters downward. Working quickly with both hands. Pulling stubborn oysters away from rough coral. Loading them into a basket. Then swimming all the way back to the surface. Still without breathing. Suddenly, ordinary breathing begins to feel like a remarkable luxury. The divers knew something modern science would later explain in great detail. The human body can accomplish astonishing things when trained patiently over many years. Nobody became an expert pearl diver overnight. There were no miraculous techniques, no secret breathing potion, no magical exercise promising unlimited breath holding. Just repetition, thousands upon thousands of careful dives, each one teaching the body to remain calmer beneath the water, each season making movements slightly more efficient. Ancient divers learned to waste almost no energy. That became their greatest advantage. Watch the first diver now. He walks slowly toward the side of the boat. There is no dramatic leap, no theatrical display, no attempt to impress anyone. Pearl diving is wonderfully uninterested in showing off. Showing off generally consumes oxygen. Oxygen is considerably more useful than applause. He places the woven basket over one shoulder. The rope connected to the heavy diving stone wraps loosely around one wrist. Another rope remains attached to the boat, not to pull him downward, simply so the crew can recover the stone afterward. His breathing slows, very slowly. Deep inhale, gentle exhale. Again, another slow breath. His heartbeat begins settling into a calm rhythm. Modern freedivers perform remarkably similar breathing routines today. The goal is not to hyperventilate. That would actually be dangerous. Instead, experienced divers sought relaxation. A relaxed body uses less oxygen. Ancient divers understood this through experience long before physiology textbooks explained why. The captain gives a quiet nod. Nothing more. The diver steps forward. Splash. For one brief instant, the sea erupts into silver droplets sparkling beneath the morning sun. Then everything becomes quiet again. Below the surface, another world immediately surrounds him. The familiar sounds of the boat disappear. Voices vanish. Only distant bubbles drift upward toward the shimmering light above. The diving stone immediately begins pulling him downward. Gravity works remarkably well underwater. The weight allows the diver to descend rapidly without exhausting precious energy kicking downward. Every second saved on the descent becomes another second available for gathering oysters. Efficiency governs everything. Sunlight filters through the crystal clear water in shimmering columns. Small fish scatter politely from his path. Tiny bubbles race upward much faster than he falls. Pressure gradually builds inside his ears. Anyone who has flown aboard an airplane recognizes that uncomfortable feeling. Now imagine it increasing steadily with every meter. Ancient divers learned to equalize this pressure instinctively. A gentle swallow, a slight movement of the jaw, sometimes pinching the nose briefly. Simple actions prevented painful injuries. Young divers spent years mastering these tiny techniques. Ignoring pressure underwater has always been an exceptionally poor career decision. The seabed slowly comes into view. At first, it appears as little more than darker shapes beneath the blue. Then details emerge. Coral formations spread across the rocky bottom like underwater forests. Sea fans sway gently in the current. Bright fish weave effortlessly through narrow passages. Sea urchins cling stubbornly to crevices. And scattered across the reef, pearl oysters, dozens, hundreds, perhaps thousands. Their rough gray shells blend so perfectly with surrounding rocks that an inexperienced observer might overlook them entirely. The diver does not. Years of practice have trained his eyes. He releases the stone. It settles harmlessly onto the seabed. Immediately, his hands begin moving. No hesitation. No wasted motion. One oyster. Twist. Into the basket. Another. Knife beneath the shell. Gentle pressure. Loose. Into the basket. Again. 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 Everything happens with remarkable speed. There is no time for careful admiration. The diver cannot afford to wonder whether one particular oyster looks especially promising. Every shell receives equal treatment. Treasure reveals itself only after reaching the surface. Down here, every oyster looks equally ordinary. Meanwhile, his body quietly begins counting, not with numbers, with chemistry. Carbon dioxide slowly accumulates in the bloodstream. Contrary to popular belief, the urgent desire to breathe comes more from rising carbon dioxide than from falling oxygen. Ancient divers never described it in scientific terms. They simply knew the feeling. At first, nothing seems unusual. Then a faint awareness appears. Soon, time to think about returning. A few more oysters. One last shell. The basket grows noticeably heavier. His lungs remain calm. For the moment, the body whispers. Soon, however, whispers become firmer suggestions. Every experienced diver recognizes the stages. First comes comfort, then awareness, then urgency. Finally, absolute necessity. The trick lies in leaving before reaching that final stage. Ancient pearl divers survived because they respected those invisible limits. The sea offers remarkably little sympathy to anyone attempting negotiations with biology. The diver grabs the rope. Strong kicks propel him upward. The basket swings heavily beneath him. Sunlight grows brighter with every meter. His chest tightens. The desire to breathe becomes impossible to ignore. Still he climbs. Above, the surface shimmers like polished silver. Then, he breaks through. A great gasp fills his lungs. Fresh air rushes inside. Every muscle relaxes almost instantly. Few sensations in life equal the first breath after a successful free dive. Even the most ordinary air suddenly feels wonderfully luxurious. The crew reaches down. Hands grip the basket. Another sailor retrieves the diving stone using its rope. No congratulations follow. No cheering. Success is expected. Failure is discussed quietly afterward. The diver drinks only a small amount of fresh water. Too much too quickly could become uncomfortable before the next descent. He wipes seawater from his face, breathes steadily. Within minutes, he is ready again. This cycle repeats dozens of times throughout the morning. Dive, gather, surface, rest, repeat, hour after hour. Imagine performing this routine not once as an exciting adventure, but nearly every working day throughout the diving season. It becomes less an activity and more a rhythm, almost like breathing itself. There were, of course, dangers beyond simply running out of air. Strong currents sometimes swept unexpectedly across reefs. Sharp coral sliced exposed skin. Sea urchin spines waited patiently beneath careless hands. Occasionally visibility changed as disturbed sand drifted through the water. Even becoming briefly disoriented could waste precious seconds. Every diver carried invisible maps inside his memory. He always knew where the boat floated above. He always remembered the quickest path upward. Confusion underwater remained one luxury nobody could afford. Perhaps the greatest challenge, however, was resisting greed. Imagine discovering an unusually dense cluster of oysters. Your basket is almost full. Your lungs insist it is time to return. But one more shell. Surely one more cannot hurt. History has repeatedly demonstrated that just one more can become surprisingly expensive. Experienced divers understood this. Discipline mattered more than ambition. The richest pearl meant nothing to someone who never reached the surface. That quiet wisdom separated veterans from beginners. Around us, the morning continues peacefully. The sun climbs higher. The water glitters. One diver surfaces while another begins descending. The rhythm never stops. Boat above, reef below. One breath connecting both worlds. To those watching from shore, pearl diving may have appeared graceful, almost effortless. Reality tells another story. Every successful dive represented years of accumulated knowledge, physical endurance, calm judgment, and remarkable self-control. The pearls themselves would eventually adorn queens, emperors, wealthy merchants, and noble families across distant civilizations. Few of those buyers ever paused to imagine the man who would retrieve that tiny treasure while balancing between two worlds, one filled with air, the other with silence. The pearl would outlive him. His name would disappear. Yet for a few quiet moments beneath the clear waters of the Red Sea, his courage became the invisible foundation of extraordinary beauty. As another diver takes one final deep breath and wraps his fingers around the smooth diving stone, the sea opens once again beneath him. He slips silently below the surface. The ripples fade. The boat grows quiet. And somewhere among the coral, another handful of ordinary-looking oyster shells waits patiently, holding secrets that neither diver nor emperor can yet imagine. The sea has settled into its own quiet rhythm. The boat rises, then falls, rises again. The movement is so gentle that, after a while, nobody aboard consciously notices it anymore. The divers have spent so many years on the water that their bodies sway naturally with every small wave, almost as though they have borrowed the sea's own balance. Below the surface, another rhythm continues. Not the movement of waves, not the drifting current. Something far older, breathing, or perhaps more accurately, the temporary absence of it. Every pearl diver aboard this little boat lives according to a cycle unlike almost any other profession in the ancient world. Breathe, dive, work, return, rest, repeat, again, again, and again, hour after hour, day after day, season after season. It almost resembles music. A slow melody played not by instruments, but by lungs and heartbeat. Miss a single note, and the entire performance may end abruptly. Modern life encourages us to move quickly, answer messages, finish tasks, eat lunch while reading emails, listen to a podcast while exercising. Think about tomorrow before today has even finished. Ancient Pearl diving allowed none of that. Underwater, attention could exist in only one place. The present moment. There is no room for distraction. No opportunity to wonder what might be cooked for supper. No chance to remember that one awkward conversation from 5 years ago that somehow decides to revisit your mind at 3 in the morning. The sea had a wonderfully effective cure for wandering thoughts. Concentrate, or leave. Every dive began long before the diver entered the water. Preparation started inside the chest. Watch one experienced diver resting quietly against the side of the boat. His breathing appears almost sleepy. Slow inhale, gentle exhale, Nothing dramatic. Hollywood films often portray people preparing for underwater adventures by breathing rapidly and dramatically. Ancient divers would probably have watched such performances with quiet concern. Fast breathing wastes energy. Calm breathing conserves it. The body performs best when a mind remains unhurried. His shoulders stay relaxed. His hands rest loosely upon his knees. Even his eyes seem softer than before. He is not becoming sleepy. He is becoming efficient. Efficiency has always been the closest companion of survival. The younger divers watch carefully. No one explains everything aloud. Some lessons cannot be spoken. They must simply be observed. One day, many years from now, these apprentices will discover themselves breathing exactly the same way without consciously remembering when they first learned it. Knowledge often settles quietly into the body, long before it reaches words. At last, the diver stands. He fills his lungs once, not to bursting, just fully. His fingers wrap around a smooth diving stone. A quiet nod from the captain. Then, he disappears beneath the surface. The first few moments always feel easiest. Sunlight still dances around him. The surface remains close enough to see clearly. His lungs feel comfortably full. Nothing seems urgent. This is the generous part of every dive. The sea almost invites confidence. Almost. He descends rapidly. The weight carries him downward through water, so clear it resembles blue crystal. Schools of tiny silver fish scatter politely aside. A sea turtle glides lazily across the reef, displaying the effortless grace that only creatures born underwater ever truly possess. One suspects the turtle quietly judges human diving techniques. Not unfairly. Compared with turtles, we are enthusiastic amateurs. The diver reaches the bottom. The diving stone settles beside him. Immediately, work begins. Hands move automatically. Knife slides beneath rough oyster shells. A gentle twist. One oyster comes free. Into the basket. Another. Into the basket. Again. Again. No wasted movement. No unnecessary effort. Every heartbeat consumes oxygen. Every unnecessary gesture shortens the dive. There is no prize for underwater elegance, only for efficiency. Above the crew waits. Nobody watches constantly. That would be impossible. Several divers may already be underwater. Others rest. Some organize collected oysters. One sailor quietly coils ropes that somehow become tangled despite everyone's sincere efforts to prevent it. Ropes have possessed mysterious talents for creating knots throughout human history. They require remarkably little encouragement. Time passes differently beneath the sea. Without clocks. Without conversation. Without changing sounds. Seconds begin stretching strangely. The diver knows roughly how long he has remained below. Not because he counts, because experience teaches him. His body has become its own clock. Carbon dioxide slowly builds inside his blood. Modern science measures these changes with sophisticated instruments. Ancient divers measured them with sensation. A slight tightness in the chest. A gentle urge to breathe. Not painful. Not frightening. Merely informative. The body quietly announces, we should begin thinking about heading upward. Experienced divers listen. Beginners occasionally bargain. The sea rarely accepts negotiations. He gathers 2 more oysters. The basket grows heavier. His chest tightens slightly again. The message becomes clearer. Soon, time to leave. There exists a dangerous temptation known to nearly every diver in history. Just one more. One more oyster. One more shell. One more handful before returning. The phrase sounds wonderfully harmless. History repeatedly demonstrates otherwise. Many ancient professions included moments where greed quietly disguised itself as optimism. Mining, sailing, mountain climbing, pearl diving. The experienced diver understands something precious. The oysters will probably still be here tomorrow. His family requires him more than one additional shell. So, he leaves, without hesitation, without regret. He grips the ascent rope. Powerful legs begin carrying him toward daylight. The basket pulls heavily beneath one arm. Light grows brighter. Pressure eases. His heartbeat quickens. Now the familiar urgency arrives. The comfortable silence inside his lungs begins transforming into unmistakable demand. Every instinct urges him upward faster. Still, he does not panic. Panic wastes oxygen. Calmness saves it. Years of repetition have trained him to remain composed precisely when his body wishes to hurry. Above him, sunlight shimmers through the moving surface. It appears incredibly close. Yet underwater, appearances enjoy occasional exaggeration. The final few meters often feel longest. His chest contracts involuntarily. Tiny muscles between the ribs begin working harder. The body insists. Breathe. He cannot. Not yet. One final kick. Then, the surface explodes around him. Fresh air rushes into waiting lungs. The first breath is deep. The second calmer. The third almost ordinary again. Within moments, his heartbeat slows. The danger has passed. For now, hands reach down from the boat. The basket comes aboard first. Then the diver. No speeches. No applause. Just another successful cycle completed. Somebody passes him a small drink of fresh water. Another checks the oysters. Conversation remains minimal. Soon enough, someone else stands. Another breath. Another dive. The rhythm continues. From sunrise until the afternoon light begins softening, this pattern repeats almost endlessly. Imagine performing 30, 40, perhaps 50 dives in a single day. Not every descent reaches the same depth. Not every reef lies equally far below. But every dive asks exactly the same question. Can you remain calm? That question mattered far more than physical strength. Many muscular men never became exceptional pearl divers. Meanwhile, smaller men with extraordinary patience often flourished. The sea admired discipline. It cared remarkably little about impressive appearances. A useful lesson beyond pearl diving, perhaps. The divers also learned another quiet truth. No 2 days felt exactly alike. Some mornings their lungs seemed wonderfully cooperative. Everything flowed naturally. Other days, even familiar depths felt unusually demanding. Perhaps sleep had been poor. Perhaps yesterday's work lingered inside tired muscles. Perhaps changing currents required greater effort. Experienced divers respected these differences. They adjusted. They never assumed yesterday's success guaranteed today's. The sea appreciated humility. There were darker moments too. Occasionally, a diver remained below slightly longer than expected. Conversation aboard the boat slowed. Eyes drifted toward the water. Nobody spoke immediately. There was still time. Probably. Then, a familiar head broke the surface. Everyone quietly returned to work. No dramatic celebration followed. Relief rarely required words. Only when someone failed to return promptly did true concern begin spreading across the boat. Those were the mornings every crew hoped never to experience. Fortunately, skill, teamwork, and discipline prevented countless tragedies. Most dives ended exactly as planned. One breath became another. Morning became afternoon. Baskets slowly filled. The rhythm endured. It is remarkable to think that beneath these calm waters, generations of divers lived according to an invisible clock measured not by hours, but by breaths. Every descent borrowed a little time. Every ascent repaid it. No emperor, no merchant, no queen admiring a flawless pearl could fully appreciate the countless careful decisions hidden inside that simple exchange. The pearl sparkled effortlessly. The journey to retrieve it demanded extraordinary restraint. As the afternoon sun climbs higher overhead, our divers continue their ancient rhythm with quiet determination. Above them, seabirds circle lazily in the warm air. Below them, coral reefs remain alive with silent movement. And somewhere in those blue depths, dangers greater than empty lungs are already waiting. Not all threats come from within the body. Some have teeth. Others arrive with invisible currents. A few appear so suddenly that even the most experienced diver has only moments to react. The afternoon sun now hangs high above the Red Sea. Its light pours across the water so brightly that the sea seems covered with countless tiny diamonds, each wave catching the sunlight before gently letting it go again. From above, everything appears peaceful, almost impossibly peaceful. Our little boat drifts quietly above the reef. The divers continue their steady rhythm. One climbs aboard, breathing deeply after another successful dive. Another quietly wraps his fingers around a smooth diving stone and slips beneath the surface without a splash. From a distance, nothing seems dangerous. That has always been one of the sea's greatest talents. It rarely advertises its hazards. Mountains, at least, are honest. They stand before you and plainly announce, I am very steep. The sea prefers subtlety. It smiles politely, while quietly hiding a long list of unpleasant surprises beneath the surface. Ancient pearl divers understood this better than almost anyone. Every morning they climbed into their boats knowing that they were entering a world where humans were never entirely in control. Not because they lacked courage, not because they lacked experience, but because the sea always possessed the final word. The greatest danger was not always the one people expected. Modern films often convince us that ancient divers spent every underwater moment surrounded by enormous sharks circling dramatically, while suspenseful music played from somewhere beneath the waves. Reality was, thankfully, much quieter and considerably more complicated. Sharks certainly lived in the Red Sea. They still do today. The Red Sea supports a remarkable variety of shark species, from small reef sharks to much larger oceanic predators. Most species generally avoid humans, especially when left undisturbed. Nevertheless, ancient divers had every reason to respect them, because even a rare encounter could become deadly. Imagine descending through clear blue water. The reef spreads beneath you. Your attention remains fixed upon clusters of oyster shells. Suddenly, a shadow moves beyond the coral. Not fast, not aggressive, simply present. Perhaps it is only a curious gray reef shark gliding effortlessly through its territory. Perhaps it has no interest in you whatsoever. That knowledge offers surprisingly little comfort when you happen to be sharing the water. The diver freezes, not from panic, from experience. Sudden movement attracts attention. Calmness often encourages the animal to continue on its way. The shark circles once. Its movements are smooth, almost graceful. There is no anger, no hatred. Predators do not waste energy on emotion. They simply investigate. Then, just as quietly as it appeared, it disappears into the blue. The diver exhales only after reaching the surface. His companions listen carefully to his description. That reef may be avoided for the remainder of the day, perhaps for several days. Nobody argues. No pearl is worth testing whether the shark has become curious again. Ironically, sharks were often less dangerous than something entirely invisible. Currents. Unlike sharks, currents never possess fins. They leave no shadow. They make no sound. They simply move, sometimes gently, sometimes with astonishing strength. The Red Sea's geography creates countless narrow channels between coral reefs. As tides rise and fall, enormous volumes of water squeeze through these openings. From above, the surface may appear perfectly calm. Below, the water quietly accelerates. Imagine climbing down a staircase while someone suddenly begins pulling the entire staircase sideways. That is rather similar to what an unexpected current feels like. One moment the diver works comfortably beside the reef. The next, the water itself begins moving. Not violently, simply steadily. Enough to pull him away from the oysters. Enough to separate him from the familiar scent route. Enough to transform a routine dive into an urgent problem. Experienced divers constantly monitor the movement of suspended sand. Tiny drifting particles revealed current direction long before it became dangerous. Seaweed floating gently above the reef offered another clue. Even the behavior of fish could provide subtle warnings. Nature often whispers before it shouts. Wise divers learn to listen. The coral itself presented another challenge. Tourists today admire coral reefs for their extraordinary beauty. They are absolutely correct. They are also astonishingly sharp. Coral skeletons consist largely of calcium carbonate, forming rugged surfaces capable of slicing exposed skin with surprising ease. A small scrape might seem insignificant, until salt water enters the wound, or until the diver must continue working with bleeding hands. Ancient divers accumulated countless scars, heads, arms, legs, feet. Each mark represented another lesson learned beneath the sea. Some scars probably carried memorable stories. Others became so ordinary they were scarcely noticed anymore. Nearby lurked another patient hazard. Sea urchins, small, dark, covered with long, brittle spines. They rested quietly among the rocks, asking absolutely nothing from anyone. Unfortunately, stepping on one immediately transformed a peaceful morning into a deeply unpleasant experience. Removing broken spines without modern medical tools was neither quick nor comfortable. The urchin remained entirely unbothered. History occasionally feels rather unfair. Then there were jellyfish, most drifting harmlessly with the currents, some carrying stinging tentacles capable of delivering painful surprises to careless divers. Visibility often prevented accidental contact. Not always. Nature has never promised complete consistency. One particularly strong gust of wind could stir waves across the reef. Clear water clouded with suspended sand. Sunlight faded beneath moving surface ripples. Suddenly, familiar landmarks disappeared. A diver who knew every rock on the seabed might struggle to recognize his surroundings. Without clear visibility, even finding the ascent rope could become difficult. The ocean possesses countless ways of reminding humans that confidence should never become arrogance. Perhaps the greatest physical danger, however, came from the divers themselves. Or rather, their determination. Imagine discovering an unusually rich oyster bed. Shell after shell covers the reef. Your basket fills rapidly. The sea remains calm. Everything feels perfect. Then, your body quietly announces it is time to return. But surely, just one more oyster. Just one. That phrase has tempted treasure hunters throughout history. Ancient pearl divers recognized its danger. Veterans disciplined themselves to leave while they still possessed comfortable reserves of strength. Beginners occasionally waited too long. The difference between wisdom and regret often measured only a few heartbeats. Above the surface, the crew constantly watched one another. Pearl diving was never truly a solitary occupation. Yes, each diver descended alone, but everyone depended upon everyone else. One sailor kept careful track of who remained underwater. Another prepared ropes. Someone else organized the growing piles of oysters. If a diver surfaced breathing unusually hard, experienced eyes noticed immediately. Nobody mocked exhaustion. Everyone understood it. Tomorrow the same man observing carefully might become the one needing help. Shared danger has a remarkable way of encouraging cooperation. The weather also demanded respect. Most diving took place during favorable seasons, when winds remained relatively predictable. Yet even then, conditions could change with surprising speed. A calm morning occasionally surrendered to strengthening winds by afternoon. Small waves became larger. Anchored boats tugged harder against their ropes. Visibility beneath the surface deteriorated. Experienced captains ended the day's work without hesitation. Some younger divers protested. The captain rarely listened. Pearls hidden beneath the sea would remain there tomorrow. His crew might not, if he made the wrong decision today. Good leadership often means disappointing people for the right reasons. Ancient sailors understood another quiet risk seldom mentioned in grand historical accounts. Fatigue. Not dramatic, not immediate, simply cumulative. 30 dives today, 30 more tomorrow, another 30 the following day. Weeks of repetitive physical effort gradually exhausted even the strongest men. Tired muscles reacted more slowly. Small mistakes appeared more frequently. Attention wandered. The sea noticed. It always noticed. Perhaps that is why experienced pearl diving communities place such value on routine. Routine reduced unnecessary decisions. Equipment was checked in the same order. Boats prepared the same way. Knots tied identically. Every familiar habit protected tired minds from avoidable errors. Routine may appear boring. History repeatedly proves that boring routines often keep people alive. As the afternoon slowly begins leaning toward evening, our boat remains anchored above the reef. The baskets are noticeably heavier now. Hundreds of rough oyster shells lie piled across the deck, each one still guarding its secret. Perhaps none contain pearls. Perhaps one hides a treasure worthy of an emperor. No one can know yet. The divers stretch aching shoulders, drink sparingly from precious water jars, exchange quiet smiles that need no explanation. Another successful day, not because they have found riches, because everyone has returned safely. That alone is reason enough for gratitude. The sea has allowed them another day. Tomorrow, it will ask them to earn it all over again. As the warm light of late afternoon softens across the Red Sea, the crew begins preparing for the journey back toward shore. The hardest work beneath the waves is finished. Now another long process begins. The oysters must be opened, one by one, patiently, carefully. Most will contain nothing more valuable than their own shimmering shells. But somewhere inside this mountain of rough gray oysters, a handful of tiny miracles may already be waiting. The sun has begun its slow descent toward the western mountains. Its harsh midday brilliance has softened into warm shades of amber and gold, casting long reflections across the calm waters of the Red Sea. Behind us, the reef gradually disappears beneath the surface as our boat glides steadily toward the shoreline. The day's diving is over. For now, the crew members are tired. Their shoulders ache from countless descents and ascents. Their hands carry fresh scratches from coral and rough oyster shells. Salt has dried across their skin, leaving a thin white crust that sparkles faintly in the evening light. Yet despite their exhaustion, nobody appears eager to sleep, because another important task still awaits. In some ways, the most suspenseful task of the entire day. Opening the oysters. If diving was a test of courage, this was a test of patience. Every basket aboard the boat now overflows with rough, uneven shells. They are heavy, covered with marine growth. Many are stained with patches of coral, algae, and tiny barnacles that have spent years quietly making themselves at home. To an ordinary traveler, the pile looks remarkably unimpressive. One could easily mistake it for nothing more than a heap of damp rocks. History has always hidden its greatest surprises inside very ordinary packages. The boat finally reaches the beach. Waiting family members notice its return long before it touches the shore. Children race toward the water. Older villagers walk more slowly, conserving energy after many years of hard work. Dogs wander curiously among the arriving boats, hopeful that someone has accidentally dropped a fish. Dogs have maintained admirable optimism throughout history. Sometimes it even pays off. The boats scrape gently onto the sand. Crew members step into the shallow water. Together they begin lifting the heavy baskets ashore. Each basket represents hours of dangerous labor. Hours spent balancing between air and sea, between hope and uncertainty, between life and fortune. Now comes the moment everyone has been waiting for. Not because every oyster contains a pearl. Quite the opposite. Most do not. In fact, the overwhelming majority of oysters will reveal absolutely nothing. That was simply the reality of pearl diving. Nature remained wonderfully stubborn. Imagine collecting 1,000 oysters, an astonishing number, a mountain of shells. Then imagine discovering that perhaps only a tiny fraction contain pearls of any kind. Of those, many are small. Some are oddly shaped. Others possess cracks or imperfections. Only the rarest become truly valuable. It sounds almost absurd. Yet entire industries flourished around those impossible odds. Human beings have always displayed extraordinary optimism whenever treasure is involved. The opening begins. There is no dramatic ceremony. No royal official arrives to oversee the process. Just experienced hands quietly settling into familiar work. Each oyster is picked up individually. A small knife slips carefully between the shells. The muscles holding the shell closed remain surprisingly strong. Even after removal from the sea, many oysters refuse to surrender easily. One diver laughs softly as another struggles with a particularly stubborn shell. If only they had been this determined against the fish. The others smile. Even after an exhausting day, gentle humor survives. Perhaps it always has. With a careful twist, the shell opens. Inside lies soft flesh glistening in the fading sunlight. The worker searches patiently. Nothing. The empty shell joins an ever-growing pile beside him. Another oyster. Carefully opened. Again. Nothing. Another. Nothing. Another. Still nothing. To an outsider, the work might seem discouraging. Hours of dangerous diving. Now hours of repetitive searching. Rewarded mostly by disappointment. And yet nobody appears surprised. This is exactly what they expected. Experienced pearl divers never counted success one oyster at a time. They counted it over entire seasons. Patience has always been the invisible currency of this profession. As more villagers join the work, the beach gradually fills with quiet activity. Women carefully examine opened shells. Older children help separate useful shell material from waste. Younger children watch with enormous curiosity. Every newly opened oyster holds a tiny moment of suspense. Could this be the one? Perhaps. Perhaps not. Even children quickly learn that hope must be renewed again and again. The shell itself remains valuable. Long before plastics existed, mother of pearl found countless uses. Its shimmering inner surface became decorative inlays for furniture, jewelry boxes, knife handles, musical instruments, combs, ceremonial objects, and fine drinking vessels. Buttons made from mother-of-pearl would remain popular thousands of years later. Nothing useful was discarded. Even oysters without pearls contributed to the local economy. Ancient communities rarely possessed the luxury of waste. One elderly woman gently rinses several beautiful shells in seawater. The inside catches the evening light, glowing with soft shades of silver, cream, pink, and pale green. For a moment, one almost forgets that the pearl itself has not appeared. The shell alone is astonishingly beautiful. Nature, it seems, occasionally creates masterpieces hidden where almost nobody looks. Nearby, someone pauses. His fingers stop moving. He leans slightly closer. The conversation around him fades. There, nestled within the soft flesh, rests something small, round, pale, barely larger than a pea. A pearl. Not enormous, not flawless, but unmistakably real. He lifts it carefully between damp fingertips. Sunlight catches its surface. Instead of sparkling sharply like a diamond, the pearl glows softly from within, almost as though moonlight has somehow become solid. Everyone nearby smiles. No wild celebration follows. Nobody dances across the beach shouting triumphantly. Experienced communities know better. One pearl is encouraging. It does not guarantee another. The careful work continues. Oyster after oyster, shell after shell. Hope rises. Hope settles. Again, again, again. Occasionally another pearl appears. Tiny, misshapen, perhaps suitable only for modest jewelry. Still valuable, still welcomed. Then hours later, another discovery. This one larger, perfectly rounded. Its surface astonishingly smooth. The diver who collected that particular basket has no way of knowing he retrieved this exact oyster from hundreds gathered. Beneath the reef, luck remains anonymous. It rarely leaves forwarding addresses. The finest pearls receive immediate attention. Experienced merchants examine them beneath changing light. Morning sunlight reveals certain qualities. Evening light reveals others. The pearl rotates slowly between careful fingers. Its shape, its color, its luster, its surface. Every detail influences value. Long before scientific grading systems existed, skilled traders developed remarkably refined eyes. They could distinguish excellent pearls from merely good ones with astonishing consistency. Their experience became as valuable as the pearls themselves. Meanwhile, the smell of opened oysters gradually fills the shoreline. It is memorable. Fresh oysters from today's seafood restaurant are one thing. Thousands of opened oysters sitting beneath the warm Egyptian sun are quite another. History sometimes leaves out these less glamorous details, probably for the best. Not every chapter of the past smelled as romantic as paintings suggest. As darkness approaches, oil lamps begin appearing around the beach. Their small flames flicker gently in the evening breeze. The search continues beneath warm pools of golden light. Nobody wishes to leave unopened oysters until tomorrow. The valuable pearls must be collected, counted, and secured before night fully arrives. Nearby, a merchant quietly records the day's findings using simple marks on a wax tablet or papyrus. Not every expedition produces riches. Some barely cover expenses. Others become legendary. No one can predict which season will enter local memory. That uncertainty keeps everyone humble. Perhaps the greatest lesson hidden inside pearl diving is this: success almost never arrives quickly. Thousands of oysters, hundreds of dives, weeks of dangerous labor, all for a handful of beautiful gems small enough to fit comfortably inside one person's palm. Nature has always demanded extraordinary effort before revealing extraordinary beauty. The villagers seem to understand this instinctively. No one complains. Tomorrow, before sunrise, they will do it all again. Because somewhere beneath the calm waters of the Red Sea, more oysters continue quietly growing. Some already cradle tiny pearls that no human eye has ever seen. Others never will. The sea keeps its own counsel. As the final oyster of the evening is opened, and the last pearl is placed carefully into a small linen pouch, silence gradually settles over the shoreline once more. The divers stretch weary backs. Children carry empty baskets home. The waves continue washing gently against the beach, entirely indifferent to the excitement they have quietly created. The pearls now resting safely in that modest pouch have only begun their journey. Soon they will leave these humble fishing villages behind. They will travel across scorching deserts, bustling ports, and magnificent cities. Some will eventually rest upon the necks of queens. Others will decorate the robes of emperors. A fortunate few may become famous enough to be recorded by ancient historians. Yet none of those future owners will ever witness the quiet evening when a tired diver, sitting beside the Red Sea beneath the glow of oil lamps, first held that tiny treasure between salt-worn fingers. Night has settled gently over the Red Sea. The last streaks of orange have faded behind the desert mountains, leaving only a sky filled with countless stars. The day's excitement has quieted into a peaceful rhythm once again. Waves roll softly onto the shore, and somewhere beyond the darkness, the coral reefs continue their silent existence, entirely unaware that a handful of their hidden treasures now rest safely on land. The diving is finished. The oysters have all been opened. The beach, so lively only an hour ago, has grown calm. Yet one final task remains before anyone can truly call this day complete. The pearls must be sorted. At first glance, it seems like the easiest job of all. After everything we've witnessed, the dangerous dives, the relentless currents, the aching muscles, and the thousands of stubborn oyster shells, surely looking at a few pearls will be a pleasant way to end the evening. Well, only if your eyes happen to enjoy several uninterrupted hours of staring at tiny white circles. History occasionally had a talent for replacing physical exhaustion with visual exhaustion. A low wooden table has been placed beneath an oil lamp. Its flame flickers gently in the warm evening breeze, casting soft golden light across a simple linen cloth spread over the surface. Upon that cloth lie today's discoveries. Not hundreds, not even dozens, just a modest collection. Several tiny pearls, a handful of medium-sized ones, perhaps 2 or 3 that immediately catch everyone's attention. It is remarkable how little treasure can emerge from so much labor. A full day's work involving dangerous dives, dozens of exhausted men, and thousands of oysters has produced a pile small enough to fit comfortably inside one pair of cup hands. Nature has always preferred quality over quantity. Or perhaps she simply enjoys keeping treasure hunters humble. The oldest merchant reaches toward the cloth. He does not hurry. There is absolutely no reason to rush now. The sea is already finished asking its questions. This part demands patience rather than courage. He picks up the largest pearl first, not because it is automatically the most valuable. That would be far too simple. Human beings have always loved making expensive things slightly more complicated. Instead, he turns the pearl slowly beneath the lamp, back and forth, again, watching the light glide across its surface. A truly exceptional pearl possesses something difficult to describe. It does not merely reflect light. It seems to hold it, almost as though a tiny moon has somehow been captured inside a shell. Ancient merchants lacked modern scientific language. They never spoke of microscopic layers of nacre or optical interference. They simply recognized beauty when they saw it. Experience taught them everything they needed. One by one, the pearls begin forming small groups. The tiniest examples gather in one corner of the cloth. They are no larger than grains of millet. Delicate, modest, still valuable. These might eventually decorate fine embroidery, delicate earrings, or small rings worn by prosperous merchants rather than royalty. Nothing about them is ordinary. Even the smallest pearl required remarkable effort to obtain. Nearby rests another group, slightly larger, roughly the size of peas, round enough to catch the eye, bright enough to command respectable prices. These are the pearls many traders secretly hope to discover, large enough to attract wealthy buyers, common enough to appear occasionally. The enormous, perfectly symmetrical pearls spoken of in ancient legends were astonishingly rare. History remembers extraordinary treasures precisely because they were extraordinary. If every diver returned with one every afternoon, historians would have found something else to write about. Then comes the smallest group of all. Only 2 pearls tonight, perhaps 3. The merchant lifts one gently between his thumb and forefinger. Nobody speaks. The silence itself reveals its importance. The pearl is nearly spherical. Its surface appears wonderfully smooth. No obvious cracks. No visible blemishes. Its glow seems almost soft rather than brilliant, as though light has become trapped beneath countless delicate layers. This is the sort of pearl wealthy collectors dream about. Not because it is enormous, because it is balanced. Nature rarely produces perfection. When she does, people tend to argue enthusiastically over ownership. Size, however, tells only part of the story. Color matters just as much. Modern audiences often imagine pearls as simply white. The Red Sea had other ideas. One pearl appears creamy, almost the color of fresh milk. Another carries the faintest blush of rose. Beside it rests one with delicate silver tones that change subtly as it turns beneath the lamp. A particularly unusual specimen glows with hints of pale gold. Nothing dramatic, nothing gaudy, just enough warmth to distinguish it from the others. Ancient buyers appreciated these subtle differences enormously. A Roman noblewoman might favor soft white pearls to complement elegant clothing. An Arabian merchant could prize warmer golden tones. A royal court somewhere farther east might seek perfectly matched pairs rather than single exceptional gems. Taste, like fashion, has always traveled remarkably well. The merchant arranges pearls into neat little circles across the cloth. White, cream, pink, silver, golden. Then, within each color, large, medium, small, tiny, the organization appears almost mathematical. No written chart guides him. No measuring instrument assists his work. Only decades of experience. His fingers have repeated these movements thousands of times. His eyes recognize tiny differences almost instinctively. Nearby, a younger apprentice watches with complete concentration. Occasionally, he reaches toward a pearl. The older merchant quietly shakes his head. Not that one. Look again. The apprentice studies it more carefully. Only now does he notice the slight flattening on one side. Almost invisible, yet enough to change its value. That tiny lesson may one day earn him a fortune, or prevent an expensive mistake. Knowledge, once again, passes quietly from one generation to the next. No formal classroom, no examination, just careful observation beneath the glow of an oil lamp. Some pearls prove wonderfully mischievous. From one angle, they appear perfectly round. Rotate them slightly, and suddenly they reveal themselves to be almost oval. Others possess tiny ridges, small, dense, subtle irregularities. Most buyers would never notice. Professional traders always did. Their reputation depended upon honesty. A merchant who exaggerated quality might profit once. A merchant known for fair judgment would prosper for decades. Trust traveled alongside every caravan. It was every bit as valuable as the pearls themselves. The finest specimens receive special treatment. Small linen pouches lined with soft cloth protect them from scratches. Although pearls are beautiful, they are not indestructible. Compared with gemstones like diamonds or sapphires, pearls are surprisingly delicate. Ancient traders understood this through experience. Careless handling could reduce tremendous value in only a moment. Nearby, another worker records the day's results. Not every pearl individually, simply the overall harvest. Several small, a few medium, one exceptional, perhaps another of respectable quality. Enough to encourage tomorrow's expedition. Not enough to satisfy everyone's dreams. Such is the quiet arithmetic of pearl diving. As the hours pass, conversation drifts gently around the table. Someone remembers an unusually large pearl discovered years earlier. Another recalls an entire week when almost every basket seemed empty. An older diver laughs softly while describing the merchant who once insisted an oddly shaped pearl resembled the profile of a famous governor. Conveniently, the governor paid an excellent price for it. One suspects diplomacy occasionally influenced artistic interpretation. The oil lamp burns lower. Its flame dances more slowly now. Outside the village, the Red Sea continues breathing against the shore exactly as it did before humans first discovered pearls. The waves neither celebrate nor mourn the day's discoveries. Tomorrow they will wash over the reefs once again. The oysters remaining below will continue filtering seawater in complete silence. Some already nurture tiny pearls hidden deep within their shells. others never will. Nature reveals her treasures according to no human schedule. The final pearl is placed carefully into its proper pouch. The cloth is folded. The lamp is gently extinguished. Darkness settles quietly over the village. The divers sleep, knowing that long before dawn another day will begin. The merchants sleep, dreaming perhaps of distant markets and generous buyers. And the pearls, resting silently in their linen bags, prepare for a journey far greater than the divers could ever imagine. Soon they will leave the shores of the Red Sea behind, crossing deserts, ports, and empires in the hands of traders who measure fortunes not in sacks of gold, but in tiny spheres of shimmering light. Morning arrives quietly once again. The pearl diving village is already awake, but today our attention lingers not on the boats resting beside the shore or the divers preparing for another day beneath the waves. Instead, we remain beside the small linen pouch resting carefully inside a merchant's wooden chest. It hardly looks remarkable. A simple pouch, a few carefully sorted pearls, no larger than a person's thumb. Yet before long, those tiny treasures will begin a journey stretching thousands of kilometers across deserts, mountains, rivers, and seas. Long before airplanes, long before railways, long before anyone imagined container ships carrying thousands of steel boxes across the oceans. These pearls traveled astonishing distances through nothing more complicated than determined people, patient animals, favorable winds, and an extraordinary amount of trust. History often speaks of the Silk Road. It deserves its fame, but the ancient world was connected by far more than a single road. A vast web of caravan trails and maritime routes linked Africa, Arabia, Persia, India, the Mediterranean, and even lands far beyond. Pearls became some of the smallest travelers on those enormous networks. It is rather amusing to imagine. A pearl scarcely larger than a pea might travel farther during its lifetime than most kings ever did. The merchant closes the wooden chest. A leather strap secures the lid. The treasure is now ready for the first stage of its journey. Leaving the coast, the villages where pearls were harvested rarely became wealthy capitals. Most remain modest communities devoted to fishing, diving, and trade. The real wealth accumulated farther inland, where caravans gathered and ports connected distant civilizations. Soon a small caravan assembles. Several camels kneel patiently while bundles are secured across their backs. The camels observe the proceedings with their usual expression of dignified resignation. For thousands of years, they have faithfully carried humanity's ambitions across deserts. One suspects they occasionally wondered whether people truly needed quite so many heavy bags. Still, they walked, step after patient step, across landscapes where few other large animals could survive. Without them, many ancient trade routes would simply have ceased to exist. The caravan begins moving. Slowly. There is no reason to hurry. Deserts have always rewarded steady progress rather than reckless speed. The morning air remains pleasantly cool, but everyone understands that by midday, the heat will become relentless. The path winds through rocky valleys before climbing onto broad plains of gravel and sand. Behind them, the shimmering blue waters of the Red Sea gradually disappear. Ahead lies Egypt, and beyond Egypt, the Mediterranean. Some pearls remain within Egyptian markets. For thousands of years, Egypt occupied one of the world's greatest trading crossroads. Goods from Africa, Arabia, and India flowed northward before continuing toward Greece and Rome. Likewise, Mediterranean products traveled south before dispersing across eastern trade networks. Pearls fit comfortably among cargoes of incense, spices, ivory, fine textiles, precious woods, glassware, and carefully crafted metalwork. Tiny objects, enormous value, an ideal combination for long-distance trade. Imagine a merchant opening his chest inside a bustling Egyptian marketplace. Around him, voices fill the air. Donkeys carry sacks of grain. Potters display fresh vessels still smelling faintly of baked clay. Perfume sellers arrange delicate bottles filled with fragrant oils. Goldsmiths hammer thin sheets of precious metal beneath shaded awnings. Nearby, scribes patiently record transactions on papyrus. Everything moves. Everything negotiates. Markets have always possessed remarkable energy. The merchant unfolds the linen pouch. Instantly, interested buyers lean closer. Pearls possess a curious quality. People almost instinctively lower their voices when examining them. Perhaps because beauty encourages quiet. Perhaps because discussing expensive purchases loudly has never been an especially wise habit. A wealthy official examines one pearl carefully. He rolls it gently across his palm, lifts it toward the sunlight, smiles almost imperceptibly. Negotiations begin, not hurriedly. Ancient merchants considered bargaining something close to an art form. Prices were discussed with impressive patience. Offers rose gradually. Counteroffers followed. Tea had not yet become the universal companion of negotiations in every region, but conversation itself remained equally important. Nobody wished to appear desperate, even when they absolutely were. Far to the northeast, another route carried pearls toward Persia. The Persian Gulf was itself famous for magnificent pearl fisheries, yet merchants still valued exceptional specimens arriving from other waters. Trade seldom relied upon only one source. Competition encouraged quality. Choice encouraged commerce. Persian traders became renowned for their commercial skill. They crossed mountains, navigated rivers, managed caravans stretching beyond the horizon. Languages changed around them. Currencies varied. Local customs shifted from kingdom to kingdom. Yet trade continued. A smile remained remarkably effective in almost every language. So did accurate weights. One generally worked rather better than the other. Beyond Persia lay another enormous world, India. For countless centuries, the Indian subcontinent stood among the greatest centers of luxury consumption anywhere on earth. Its rulers, temples, merchants, and noble families appreciated pearls enormously. Indian jewelers possessed extraordinary skill, combining pearls with gold, emeralds, rubies, sapphires, and diamonds in breathtaking arrangements. Some pearls harvested from the Red Sea may eventually find themselves decorating royal ornaments hundreds or even thousands of kilometers from the reef where they first formed. Imagine the journey. An oyster quietly rests beneath a coral ledge. A diver retrieves it. A merchant sorts its pearl beneath an oil lamp. A camel carries it across the desert. A ship transports it across the Arabian Sea using seasonal monsoon winds. Another merchant purchases it. A jeweler polishes it. Years later, a queen wears it during an important ceremony. The pearl itself remains exactly the same, only its surroundings change. History often works this way. Ordinary beginnings, extraordinary destinations. Then there was Rome. No civilization perhaps developed quite the same appetite for pearls as the Roman elite. Roman authors frequently complained, sometimes with genuine outrage, that wealthy citizens spent astonishing fortunes on jewelry. The complaints rarely solved the problem. Luxury has always possessed remarkable resilience. Roman noblewomen wore pearls in necklaces, earrings, bracelets, and elaborate hairstyles. Some even stitched pearls directly onto expensive garments. Imagine sewing tiny treasures worth fortunes onto clothing. Laundry day must have inspired unusual levels of concentration. Writers like Pliny the Elder described pearls with admiration while simultaneously criticizing excessive extravagance. This balancing act appears frequently throughout history. People enjoy criticizing luxury right up until the moment they can afford it themselves. Roman merchants eagerly sought reliable supplies. Ships sailed regularly between Egyptian Red Sea ports and the Indian Ocean, taking advantage of predictable monsoon winds. These seasonal patterns dramatically shorten travel times compared with earlier coastal voyages and transform commerce between the Mediterranean and South Asia. Ports bustled with astonishing diversity. Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, Nabateans, Arabians, Persians, Indians, Africans. Languages blended together in crowded marketplaces. Different religions stood side by side. Different coins changed hands. Different customs met peacefully because everyone understood one universal language: trade. Commerce has often succeeded where politics struggled. A fair bargain can build friendships surprisingly quickly. Even pirates understood the value of valuable cargo. Merchant captains therefore planned routes carefully. Ships often traveled together for additional security. Experienced crews watched constantly for suspicious sails appearing along the horizon. Pearls occupied remarkably little storage space while representing enormous financial value. That combination attracted exactly the sort of attention honest merchants preferred to avoid. Fortunately, most voyages ended peacefully. Navigation itself demanded remarkable knowledge. Without modern charts or satellite positioning, captains relied upon stars, coastal landmarks, prevailing winds, and accumulated experience. The monsoon system of the Indian Ocean became one of history's greatest natural highways. For part of the year, steady winds carried ships eastward. Months later, changing winds brought them home again. Nature quietly operated the schedule. Wise sailors obeyed it. Those who ignored seasonal weather occasionally found themselves waiting many months for another favorable opportunity. The sea always appreciated punctuality. Back in our quiet village, the divers know almost nothing about these distant journeys. They have never seen Rome. They will likely never visit the great cities of Persia or India. Their world revolves around tides, reefs, boats, and sunrise. Yet their labor quietly connects civilizations they will never meet. There is something deeply moving about that. History is filled with invisible connections. One person's ordinary work becomes another person's extraordinary luxury. The diver gathers. The merchant transports. The jeweler creates. The queen adorns herself. Each depends completely upon everyone before. None could succeed alone. As evening approaches, our merchant carefully closes his wooden chest once more. Several pearls have already found buyers. Others continue waiting for the next caravan or ship. Their journeys have only just begun. Some may eventually rest inside royal treasuries. Some may pass through countless owners over centuries. A few could survive long enough to be unearthed by archaeologists thousands of years later, quietly reminding us that even the smallest objects can travel through history with astonishing endurance. The journey has carried our pearls a very long way. Not in a single day. Not even in a single season. Weeks have passed since they left the quiet fishing villages along the Red Sea. Camels have carried them across burning deserts. Ships have rocked them gently across warm seas. Merchants have bargained over them in crowded marketplaces where dozens of languages blended into one continuous murmur. No, the little linen pouch arrives somewhere very different. A royal court. The contrast is almost startling. Only a short while ago, our story unfolded among weathered boats, scratched hands, salt-covered skin, and woven baskets smelling faintly of the sea. Here, everything shines. Polished marble floors reflect sunlight streaming through tall columns. Bronze lamps burn fragrant oils. Walls glow with painted scenes celebrating victories, ceremonies, and divine rulers. Servants move quietly through enormous halls carrying trays of fruit, wine, flowers, and fine fabrics. Musicians play soft melodies somewhere beyond the courtyard. Even the air smells different. No longer salt and seaweed. Now incense, perfume, cedarwood, and expensive oils fill every breath. The pearls have entered a world where appearances matter almost as much as reality. Perhaps more. Human beings have always possessed a curious relationship with luxury. We admire it. We envy it. We criticize it. Then, if given the opportunity, we often purchase it ourselves. History suggests this pattern is remarkably consistent. A royal jeweler carefully unties the linen pouch. He pours its contents onto a square of dark velvet. Immediately, the pearls seem transformed. Against the black cloth, their soft glow becomes almost magical. Each one appears to contain its own tiny moonlight. The jeweler smiles, not broadly. Professionals rarely gasp dramatically over beautiful objects. Experience teaches restraint. Still, his eyes linger on one perfectly rounded pearl. That one is exceptional. He picks it up using delicate bronze tweezers, turning it slowly beneath a nearby window. The morning sunlight slides gently across its surface. No visible blemishes. Nearly perfect symmetry. Excellent luster. It is precisely the sort of pearl wealthy patrons dream about. Across the room, an advisor quietly whispers to a noblewoman. The merchant believes this came from the Red Sea. That single sentence changes everything. Origin mattered. Just as fine wine today often carries the reputation of its vineyard, ancient luxury goods carry the prestige of their homeland. Pearls from famous fisheries inspired confidence. They carried stories. Reputation has always traveled almost as quickly as merchandise. The noblewoman reaches toward the pearl. Not hurriedly. True wealth rarely rushes. She places it against the back of her hand. Then, beside her neck, a servant holds up a polished silver mirror. Not perfectly reflective by modern standards. Good enough. She tilts her head slightly. The pearl catches the light beautifully. No words are necessary. Everyone in the room already understands. The merchant has brought something extraordinary. Of course, extraordinary things rarely come with ordinary prices. Negotiations begin. The merchant states his opening figure. The advisor politely raises one eyebrow. The noblewoman remains silent. Silence, incidentally, has always been one of history's most effective bargaining techniques. Eventually, someone speaks. The price falls slightly, then rises again, then pauses. Hours may pass before agreement is reached. Nobody seems surprised. Buying a truly exceptional pearl resembles diplomacy more than shopping. Patience costs nothing. Impatience can become remarkably expensive. Some pearls eventually reached values difficult for ordinary people even to imagine. Ancient writers delighted in recording astonishing prices, not because every pearl commanded a fortune. Far from it. Most remain modest luxuries purchased by prosperous merchants or local nobles. But every generation seemed blessed with one or two legendary specimens whose value bordered on unbelievable. One Roman writer described pearls worth entire estates. Another complained that fashionable society had become hopelessly obsessed with displaying wealth through jewelry. One suspect's wealthy listeners nodded thoughtfully, while quietly planning their next purchase. Luxury has always inspired both admiration and disapproval, sometimes from exactly the same person. Roman society developed an especially enthusiastic affection for pearls. Among the elite, they became unmistakable symbols of refinement and status. The senator's wife might wear matching pearl earrings during a banquet. An empress could commission elaborate necklaces combining pearls with emeralds, sapphires, and gold. Even hairstyles became showcases for wealth. Tiny pearls were sometimes woven directly into carefully arranged hair, turning every graceful movement into a shimmering display. Imagine the patience required to prepare such a hairstyle. Modern mournings already seem complicated enough. Elsewhere, royal courts across Arabia admired pearls for different reasons. Many rulers appreciated their connection to the sea, to prosperity, and to the thriving trade routes that enriched their kingdoms. Pearls adorned ceremonial garments, decorated finely crafted daggers, embellished crowns, and sometimes even ornamented saddles for especially important occasions. History occasionally possessed an astonishing ability to make transportation look remarkably elegant. In Persia, master jewelers approached pearls almost like painters approach color. Rather than displaying a single magnificent gem, they often combined many carefully matched pearls into harmonious patterns. Size, shape, color. Every detail mattered. The slightest mismatch could disturb the balance of an entire piece. To an inexperienced observer, the differences appeared almost invisible. To a master craftsman, they were obvious. Skill often lives inside details others never notice. India embraced pearls with equal enthusiasm. Royal families, temple patrons, and wealthy merchants prized them not only as ornaments but also as symbols of purity, prosperity, and prestige. Intricate necklaces sometimes contained hundreds of carefully selected pearls arranged with astonishing precision. Some ceremonial garments shimmered softly beneath candlelight, every pearl reflecting a tiny fragment of flame. Imagine entering a great palace illuminated only by oil lamps. No electric lights, no chandeliers, just countless tiny flames dancing across polished gold and luminous pearls. The effect must have been breathtaking. Not all pearls remained in necklaces. Some decorated crowns. Others adorned religious objects. Royal thrones occasionally incorporated pearls alongside ivory, precious metals, and carved gemstones. Even ceremonial drinking cups sometimes received delicate pearl embellishments. One begins to suspect humanity possesses an almost limitless talent for attaching beautiful objects to almost anything. The symbolism of pearls extended beyond simple wealth. Unlike gold, which required mining, unlike gemstones, which demanded cutting and polishing, pearls emerged from nature already complete. No hammer shaped them. No chisel carved them. No furnace refined them. They appeared almost miraculous. Tiny perfect spheres quietly created inside living oysters beneath the sea. That mystery fascinated ancient civilizations. Many believed pearls carried divine associations. Some connected them with the moon because of their gentle glow. Others associated them with purity, wisdom, fertility, or blessings from the gods. Without understanding the biological process that formed pearls, ancient observers naturally filled the mystery with imagination. In truth, the real explanation proved every bit as remarkable. A tiny irritant entered the oyster. Layer after delicate layer of nacre slowly surrounded it over many years. Patience transformed discomfort into beauty. There may be a quiet lesson hidden there. History occasionally offers them without announcing itself. Not every pearl found an honest owner. Luxury inevitably attracted thieves. Small, portable, enormously valuable. Pearls became ideal targets for theft. Merchants guarded them carefully. Royal treasuries employed trusted officials. Locks secured chests. Guards watched entrances. Even then, stories circulated of vanished jewels and mysterious disappearances. Human fascination with valuable objects has remained wonderfully consistent. So has human temptation. The greatest irony, perhaps, lies in the enormous distance between the pearl's beginning and its final destination. A diver balanced between life and death beneath the waters of the Red Sea. His hands, roughened by salt and coral, placed an ordinary oyster into a woven basket. Weeks later, that same pearl might rest against the neck of a queen who never smelled the sea from which it came. She admired its beauty. The diver understood its cost. Both perspectives formed part of the same story. Outside the palace walls, ordinary citizens continued their daily routines. Bakers prepared bread. Potters shaped clay. Farmers harvested grain. Blacksmiths repaired tools. Most would never own a pearl. Many would never even see one closely. Yet through taxes, trade, labor, and commerce, they formed the invisible foundation supporting the wealth displayed inside royal courts. History often shines its brightest light upon kings and queens, but their splendor rested upon countless ordinary lives. As evening settles over the palace, servants carefully place the day's newly purchased pearls inside carved wooden boxes lined with soft cloth. The lids close gently. The treasures disappear into darkness. Tomorrow they may be worn at a royal banquet, presented as diplomatic gifts, or entrusted to master jewelers for even more elaborate creations. Their journey continues. Yet somewhere far away, beneath the quiet waters of the Red Sea, another oyster slowly begins creating another pearl. Unaware of emperors, unaware of fortunes, unaware that one day, centuries from now, people will still marvel at the extraordinary value humanity placed upon such small and luminous gifts of the sea. The palace grows quiet. Its lamps continue glowing softly through polished halls, where pearls now rest inside velvet-lined chests guarded by trusted servants. Somewhere, a queen admires a newly finished necklace. A wealthy merchant counts the profits from another successful journey. A royal jeweler sketches ideas for an even grander ornament. It is a comfortable world, beautiful world, a remarkably expensive world. But tonight we leave it behind. Our journey returns to the shores of the Red Sea, where none of those luxuries exist. The stars overhead are exactly the same ones shining above the palace. The difference lies entirely below them. Instead of marble floors, packed sand. Instead of fragrant perfumes, the smell of salt, fish, damp rope, and driftwood. Instead of silk robes, simple linen worn smooth by years of work. History often remembers those who wore the pearls. Far fewer people remember those who found them. So let us spend some time with them, because their story deserves to be told just as much. The pearl diver's life begins long before sunrise. Once again, the village is wrapped in darkness. Most people are still asleep. The sea is almost invisible, blending into the night sky until only the faint sound of gentle waves reminds everyone that it is still there. Inside a modest stone house, a diver opens his eyes. Not because an alarm clock rings. Not because a glowing phone vibrates beside the bed. His body simply knows. Years of repetition have turned dawn into something almost instinctive. He sits slowly. Every movement reminds him of yesterday. His shoulders ache. His back feels stiff. Small cuts across his hands have begun drying overnight, only to crack open again once work resumes. The muscles in his legs complain quietly, not dramatically, just enough to remind him that they never truly finished yesterday's labor. There is something deeply familiar about waking up tired. Millions of working people throughout history have shared that same feeling. Breakfast is simple. Flatbread, a few dates, perhaps dried fish, fresh water if supplies permit. No elaborate feast awaits. Heavy meals and deep diving have never enjoyed one another's company. The family speaks softly. Children still rub sleep from their eyes. His wife carefully wraps food for later in the day. Nothing about the morning feels extraordinary. That is perhaps the most extraordinary part. Danger has become routine. Outside, the village slowly comes alive. Neighbors greet each other with quiet nods. Nobody asks, "Do you think today will be dangerous?" Everyone already knows the answer. It might be, or it might not. The sea rarely provides guarantees. The boats leave shore once more, exactly as they did yesterday, exactly as they will tomorrow. The rhythm rarely changes. That consistency comforts the divers. It also slowly wears them down. By the time a diver reaches full adulthood, his body already carries years of accumulated strain. His hands tell the story first. Look closely. The skin is thick, rough, crossed with countless tiny scars. Some cuts came from oyster shells, others from coral, some from rope burned across wet fingers. A few scars have become so old that even the diver no longer remembers how they appeared. Each mark represents an ordinary working day. No one carved monuments to those scars. His feet reveal another chapter. Walking barefoot across boats, rocky beaches, and coral flats gradually toughens the skin until it resembles worn leather. That toughness comes at a price. Cracks, bruises, occasional infections. Ancient medicine offered only limited help. Most healing depended upon rest. Unfortunately, rest remained rather difficult to schedule when one's livelihood depended upon tomorrow's tide. Then there are the years. Modern divers understand the importance of equalizing pressure during descent. Ancient pearl divers learned through experience. Most succeeded. Some suffered painful injuries. Years of repeated pressure changes occasionally damage hearing. A young diver might notice only temporary discomfort. An older one sometimes discovered that quiet conversations had become increasingly difficult to hear. The sea left invisible marks as well as visible ones. The lungs worked harder than most people could imagine. Every dive demanded careful control. Every ascent tested endurance. While experienced divers became remarkably efficient at holding their breath, their bodies never escaped the simple reality that repeated breath-hold diving is physically exhausting. Hour after hour, the cycle continued. Breathe, dive, gather, return, rest, again, again, again. Imagine climbing dozens of flights of stairs every day. Now imagine carrying a heavy basket while doing so. Now imagine completing the climb without breathing. Suddenly, pearl diving begins sounding considerably less relaxing. The shoulders carried another burden. Not simply baskets. Responsibility. A successful diver often supported an entire household. Parents, a spouse, children, perhaps younger siblings. A poor diving season affected everyone. An injury reached far beyond the injured man himself. The whole family felt its consequences. That quiet pressure accompanied every journey to sea. Some divers worked despite illness. A mild fever, a painful cut, an aching joint. Missing several days during the shore diving season could mean losing opportunities impossible to recover later. History contains countless examples of ordinary people working through discomfort because necessity leaves remarkably little room for negotiation. The weather rarely offered sympathy. Summer heat baked the shoreline. The wooden boats became almost too hot to touch. Sunlight reflected upward from the sea, while simultaneously shining downward from above. Divers effectively worked between two suns. Shade existed only beneath small cloth canopies or inside brief moments of rest. Even then, relief remained temporary. Saltwater itself became another constant companion. Hour after hour, its soaked clothing dried upon the skin, then soaked it again. Lips cracked. Skin tightened. I stung. Fresh water remained too precious to waste washing away discomfort. Instead, the salt simply became part of daily life. One begins to suspect ancient pearl divers carried the taste of the sea almost everywhere they went. Fatigue accumulated quietly, not over hours, over years. Young men recovered quickly after difficult days. Older divers required longer. Their movements became more deliberate. They stretched aching shoulders before lifting baskets. They paused briefly before climbing into boats. Experience replaced youthful speed. Fortunately, experience often proved far more valuable. Older divers rarely wasted energy. They knew exactly where to search, exactly when to surface, exactly when weather suggested ending the day's work. Wisdom gradually compensated for aging muscles. Communities recognized this. An elderly diver might spend less time beneath the water. Instead, he taught younger crews, examined equipment, selected promising reefs, settled disputes. Knowledge became another form of labor, one that strengthened rather than weakened with age. There was emotional exhaustion too, though history seldom records it. Imagine spending months wondering whether tomorrow's harvest will justify today's risk. Imagine watching friends grow older beside you, each carrying new scars. Imagine losing companions to storms, illness, or accidents. The sea provided food, income, opportunity. It also demanded respect, sometimes grief. Yet despite every hardship, the divers laughed, not constantly, not loudly, but often enough. Someone always found a reason. A tangled rope, a stubborn oyster that refused to open, a young apprentice who slipped into shallow water while trying to look impressively confident. Gentle humor eased difficult work. It always has. Families celebrated successful seasons. Children proudly listened to stories about unusually large pearls. Neighbors shared meals. Festivals marked the passing of another year. Life contained hardship. It also contained joy. History occasionally forgets that ordinary people smiled. They certainly did. Perhaps the greatest reward came not from the pearls themselves, but from continuity. The diver watched his son learn to swim, later to dive, later still to lead his own crew. Knowledge survived. Families endured. Communities continued, generation after generation, long after individual names faded from memory. As twilight settles over the village once more, the boats rest quietly above the tide line. Their hulls bear fresh scratches from another day's labor. The divers sit outside their homes, speaking softly beneath the stars. Tomorrow's weather becomes the evening's conversation. Someone predicts calmer seas. Another quietly disagrees. Time will decide. The children gradually fall asleep nearby, dreaming perhaps of adventures beneath the waves, seeing only the excitement and none of the aching muscles that accompany it. That is the privilege of childhood. The adults know better. They understand that pearls are not harvested only from oysters. In a way, they are harvested from years of discipline, endurance, patience, and quiet sacrifice. Every flawless pearl resting inside a royal treasury carries an invisible weight, not measured in gold, measured in early mornings, tired shoulders, salt-stiffened hands, and countless careful breaths taken before another descent into the sea. The sea is quiet tonight. Only the steady whisper of waves reaches the sleeping village, rising and falling with the same gentle rhythm that has comforted generations before us. The boats rest safely on the sand, their ropes tied securely, their baskets emptied, their wooden hulls carrying fresh marks from another day's labor beneath the Red Sea. Most of the divers have fallen asleep. Tomorrow will arrive early. It always does. But throughout our journey, we have spent much of our time following the men into the water. Tonight, let us remain on shore, because no pearl diving village could have survived through divers alone. Every successful expedition depended upon countless people who never descended beneath the waves. History has an unfortunate habit of placing its brightest spotlight upon the most dramatic occupations. Kings receive statues. Generals receive monuments. Explorers receive biographies. Meanwhile, entire communities quietly disappear into the background. So tonight, let us slow down, open the door of one ordinary home, and spend an evening with the families whose invisible labor kept the pearl fisheries alive. A small stone house stands only a short walk from the shoreline. Its walls are thick enough to soften the heat of the day. The roof is woven from palm trunks and reeds, practical rather than impressive. Inside, an oil lamp burns with a soft yellow flame. Its light dances across clay pots, woven baskets, folded linen, and a few carefully treasured possessions. Nothing inside would impress a visiting emperor. Everything inside matters. A woman kneels beside a grinding stone. Slowly, patiently, she turns grain into flour for tomorrow's bread. The movement is steady, almost musical. Round and round, again, 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 like rowing a boat or opening oysters. Ancient life often relied upon rhythms more than speed. Nearby, another woman repairs a fishing net. Her fingers move almost automatically, weaving fresh cord through old knots with astonishing precision. She hardly needs to look. Years of practice have taught her hands exactly where every strand belongs. If one section of the net weakens, tomorrow's catch may suffer. Small repairs today prevent much larger problems tomorrow. It is an old lesson, one humanity occasionally continues forgetting. The divers may receive most of the attention, but they leave home each morning wearing clean clothing. They carry food prepared before dawn. Their ropes have been inspected, their baskets repaired. Their homes remain standing while they spend long hours at sea. None of these things happen by accident. Someone quietly makes them happen. Children gradually begin waking. The youngest still cling sleepily to their mothers. Older boys carry small water jars toward nearby wells or cisterns. Girls help prepare breakfast or gather firewood stacked carefully beside the house. Of course, real life rarely divided responsibilities perfectly. Families adapted according to their needs, the ages of their children, available relatives, and the demands of the season. Every capable pair of hands found ways to contribute. Nobody announces. Today you begin learning responsibility. Responsibility simply arrives. Quietly, one chore at a time, one season after another. A grandmother sits near the doorway. Her diving days, if she ever lived beside the sea as a young wife, are long behind her. Now her greatest responsibility is memory. She remembers which herbs ease sore muscles. She remembers seasons when storms arrived and usually early. She remembers neighbors who no longer sit outside in the evenings. She remembers births, marriages, difficult years, abundant years. History existed long before historians began writing books. For countless generations, memory lived inside ordinary people, especially elders. Young children gather around while she tells stories, not always about pearls, sometimes about clever fishermen, sometimes about birds migrating along the coast, sometimes about strange sea creatures glimpsed only once many years ago. Children listen with wide eyes. Whether every story is entirely accurate, well, grandparents have occasionally exercised a little creative freedom throughout history. The important part was not perfect accuracy. It was belonging. Stories reminded every generation that they were part of something older than themselves. Outside, another group of women washes clothing near the shoreline. Fresh water remains precious, so every drop is used carefully. Salt-stiffened linen requires patience. The work is repetitive, physical, time-consuming. Nobody applauds freshly cleaned clothing, yet everyone notices when it is missing. Invisible work often becomes visible only through its absence. As morning advances, several women begin preparing supplies for the returning boats. Extra water jars, simple meals, clean cloth for fresh cuts, perhaps medicinal herbs collected from nearby hills. They cannot predict exactly when the divers will return. Only that eventually they will. Hopefully, that final word quietly accompanies every departure. Hope. Every family understands the risks without speaking about them constantly. The sea provides. The sea also takes. Living beside it requires accepting both truths simultaneously. Imagine standing at the shoreline each afternoon, watching the horizon. Tiny boats gradually appear as dark shapes against shimmering water. At first they all look alike. Slowly, very slowly, individual details become recognizable. That sail, that mast, that familiar silhouette. One boat belongs to your family. Relief arrives long before the boat reaches shore. Perhaps this moment repeats every working day, yet it never entirely loses its emotional weight. Children run into the shallow water, laughing as the boats scrape gently onto the sand. Some help carry baskets. Others search hopefully for unusual shells brought back accidentally among the oysters. To children, almost everything from the sea appears fascinating. Adults smile. They were probably exactly the same once. The divers return tired, sunburned, salt-covered, sometimes disappointed, sometimes quietly pleased. Their wives notice immediately how the day is gone. No detailed explanation is necessary. Body language speaks remarkably clearly. A heavy basket usually means productive diving. Slow movements may suggest difficult currents. Fresh scratches tell their own stories. Experienced families become expert readers of silent conversations. Meals in pearl diving villages remain wonderfully simple. Fresh fish if the catch has been generous. Flatbread, dates, lentils, perhaps onions or goat's milk. Luxury rarely appears upon ordinary tables, yet shared meals possess their own richness. The entire family gathers. Stories from the sea mix with stories from the village. Children interrupt enthusiastically. Someone laughs. Someone exaggerates slightly. History would probably forgive them. Evenings belong to community. Neighbors visit. Tools are repaired. Nets mended. Pearls sorted. Oil lamps glow warmly against the darkness. Music occasionally drifts between the houses. Simple flutes. Hand drums. Voices singing familiar songs whose words have been passed from one generation to the next. Not every evening feels joyful. Sometimes storms damage boats. Sometimes the oyster harvest disappoints. Sometimes illness spreads quietly through the village. Families support one another because survival rarely belongs to individuals alone. If one household struggles, others often help where they can. Food is shared, labor exchanged, children cared for. Such cooperation is not merely kindness. It is practical wisdom. Communities that help one another generally survive longer than communities that do not. The women also play important roles in the local economy. While long-distance trade was often dominated by merchants traveling between regions, many women contributed through food preparation, repairing equipment, producing textiles, caring for households, and participating in local exchange within the community. Their work helped ensure that the diving economy functioned day after day. In many families, women also became careful guardians of household finances. A successful pearl season did not guarantee lasting security. Income needed to stretch through quieter months. Grain purchased, tools replaced, children clothed. Practical decisions mattered every bit as much as dramatic discoveries beneath the sea. It is easy to imagine history as a chain of spectacular events. Battles, coronations, great voyages. Yet most lives were built from quieter moments. A loaf of bread shared fairly. A torn net repaired before dawn. A child comforted after a frightening storm. A lamp kept burning until a loved one returned safely from the sea. These small acts rarely appear in ancient inscriptions. Without them, however, the larger story would simply fall apart. Late in the evening, the village gradually grows silent once more. The children drift to sleep beneath woven blankets. The last cooking fire fades into glowing embers. Outside, the boats rest patiently beneath the stars, waiting for another dawn. Inside one small house, a diver quietly sets aside the few coins earned from today's work. His wife carefully wraps them in cloth before placing them inside a simple wooden chest. Neither of them speaks. They simply exchange a tired smile. Tomorrow will bring more work, more uncertainty, perhaps another pearl, perhaps none. Either way, they will face it together. And somewhere beyond the shoreline, beneath calm black water reflecting the moon, thousands of pearl oysters continue their silent lives, unaware that entire families have built their hopes around the quiet mysteries hidden within their shells. The village is asleep. Most of the oil lamps have burned low, leaving only a few faint points of golden light scattered among the small stone houses. Beyond them stretches the Red Sea, dark and endless beneath a sky overflowing with stars. At night, the sea becomes something entirely different. By day, it is familiar. Its reefs are visible beneath clear water. Its waves sparkle beneath the sun. Its dangers, while real, can usually be seen. But after sunset, the horizon disappears. The water becomes an immense black mirror. The familiar reefs vanish into darkness. Even the most experienced diver, standing on the shore, feels a quiet sense of mystery. It is perhaps no surprise that ancient people filled these waters with stories. Long before biology explained oysters, long before meteorology explained storms, long before oceanography mapped currents, people relied upon imagination to make sense of what they could not yet understand. And imagination has always loved the sea. Every civilization that lived beside great waters developed its own beliefs. The Egyptians, the peoples of Arabia, communities along the African coast. Later, the Greeks and Romans who sailed these routes. Each viewed the sea through the lens of its own traditions. Yet they shared one important idea. The sea deserved respect, not because it was evil, nor because it was kind, simply because it was far more powerful than any human being. For the pearl divers, every journey began with uncertainty. No matter how carefully the boat had been repaired, no matter how favorable the weather appeared, no matter how experienced the crew, no one could guarantee a safe return. When human knowledge reaches its limits, belief often steps forward. Before dawn, some divers paused for a quiet moment before boarding their boats. Brief prayer, a whispered blessing, a hand resting gently upon the wooden gunwale. Nothing elaborate, no grand ceremony, just a quiet acknowledgement that much of the coming day lay beyond their control. That simple act appears in many cultures throughout history. Sailors have always carried hope alongside their provisions. Ancient Egyptians believed the natural world was filled with divine order. The sea, like the Nile, formed part of a universe watched over by powerful gods. Rather than thinking of every wave as controlled by a separate spirit, many people understood the waters as existing within a larger sacred order, even while local folklore added colorful stories of mysterious beings beneath the waves. Religion and folklore often lived comfortably beside one another. A family might faithfully honor its traditional beliefs while still repeating old stories about unusual lights seen across the water. Human beings have always possessed room for both faith and storytelling. Around evening fires, children listened eagerly. An old fisherman might point toward the dark horizon. Never whistle at the sea after sunset. The children immediately ask why. He smiles, because children always ask why. His explanation changes depending upon the storyteller. Perhaps whistling invited dangerous winds. Perhaps it disturbed unseen spirits. Perhaps, if we are being completely honest, it simply kept energetic children from making unnecessary noise while everyone else tried to sleep. History's practical rules occasionally wore wonderfully mysterious disguises. Another elder insists that unusually calm water deserves as much caution as rough seas. The quiet sea sometimes hides the strongest current. Unlike many superstitions, this one carries practical wisdom. Experienced sailors know that smooth water can indeed conceal powerful movement beneath the surface. Over generations, observation and folklore quietly blended together until separating one from the other became almost impossible. Some divers avoided speaking boastfully before leaving shore. not because anyone officially forbade it, because experience suggested humility was safer. A man who loudly announced, "Today I shall certainly find the greatest pearl in the entire Red Sea," might receive amused smiles from his companions, not because success was impossible, because confidence and certainty were considered different things. The sea had an unfortunate habit of correcting excessive certainty. Quiet optimism felt more appropriate. History repeatedly rewards humility, or at least punishes arrogance with impressive consistency. Certain objects occasionally became personal charms. A smooth shell found years earlier, a carved piece of wood, a small bead inherited from a parent. These were not magical in any proven sense. Rather, they offered comfort. There is something deeply human about carrying a familiar object during uncertain moments. Even today, athletes wear lucky socks. Students carry favorite pens into examinations. Travelers keep meaningful photographs in their wallets. Perhaps we have not changed quite as much as we imagine. Among coastal communities, strange events naturally inspired stories. Imagine rowing home after sunset. Far below the surface, faint blue-green flashes suddenly shimmer through the water. To us, the explanation is straightforward. Tiny marine organisms called bioluminescent plankton sometimes glow when disturbed by movement. To ancient observers, it looked like living light. The sea itself seemed alive. Was it any wonder that legends flourished? On particularly dark nights, every dip event or might leave glowing trails behind it. Every fish darting beneath the boat could paint brief ribbons of light across the water. Children hearing such descriptions around evening fires probably slept with wonderfully vivid imaginations. One can hardly blame them. Even today, bioluminescence feels almost magical. Storms inspired even deeper reflection. A calm morning might transform unexpectedly into roaring wind by afternoon. Clouds gathered. Waves rose. The familiar coastline disappeared behind rain. Lightning split the sky. Ancient people naturally searched for meaning within such overwhelming displays. Some interpreted storms as reminders of humanity's small place within creation. Others saw them as warnings to avoid pride or carelessness. Whatever their interpretation, the practical response remained remarkably consistent. Return to shore if possible. Secure the boats. Wait patiently. Wisdom often sounds surprisingly similar across different belief systems. Pearls themselves acquired symbolic meaning far beyond their monetary value. Because they emerged hidden inside humble oysters, many cultures associated them with purity, patience, transformation, or blessings. Their quiet glow seemed different from the fiery brilliance of gemstones. Less dramatic, more peaceful, almost contemplative. It is easy to understand why poets admired them. Unlike gold, pearls seem to arrive already complete. No furnace shaped them. No hammer refined them. Nature had done all the patient work. Parents occasionally passed these beliefs to their children, not as strict lessons, more as gentle reminders. Respect the sea. Do not mock the weather. Be thankful when you return safely. Simple ideas, timeless ones, whether expressed through religion, tradition, or ordinary common sense, They encourage the same careful attitude toward a powerful environment. Not every unusual event required supernatural explanation. Experienced divers often recognized perfectly natural causes behind curious observations. A sudden school of fish, an unusual current, clouds gathering above distant mountains. Practical knowledge remained enormously valuable. Folklore rarely replaced experience. Instead, the two often walked side by side. One explained how to survive. The other helped people find meaning. As the centuries passed, new religions spread across the region surrounding the Red Sea. Ancient Egyptian beliefs gradually gave way to later traditions. Jewish communities flourished in some ports. Christian communities appeared. Centuries later, Islam spread across Arabia and much of the Red Sea coast. Each tradition brought its own prayers, customs, and understanding of humanity's relationship with the sea. Yet one quiet habit remained remarkably constant. Before setting out upon uncertain water, people paused. They hoped. They prayed according to their own beliefs. Then they untied the ropes and pushed the boat toward the horizon. There is something profoundly comforting in that continuity. Different languages, different empires, different faiths, the same human heart, standing before the unknown, seeking courage, seeking protection, seeking a safe return home. The night grows deeper now. The stars will slowly overhead. The sea whispers against the shore exactly as it did thousands of years ago. No sea spirits rise from the waves. No mysterious creatures reveal themselves beneath the moonlight. Instead, something quieter remains. Respect. The divers understand that they do not conquer the sea. They borrow time from it, one careful day at a time. And perhaps that belief, whether expressed through prayer, tradition, or simple humility, is the wisest superstition of all. For dawn will come soon enough. The boats will once again slide into the water. The divers will once again fill their lungs with a single deep breath. And beneath the calm blue surface, the ancient rhythm of hope, labor, and patience will begin all over again. Morning returns with quiet certainty. The first rays of sunlight stretch across the Red Sea, painting its calm surface with ribbons of gold. The fishing village slowly awakens, just as it has for countless generations. A rooster calls somewhere between the stone houses. A cooking fire crackles softly. The scent of fresh bread drifts into the cool desert air. Another day begins. Yet not every morning in the Red Sea begins like this. Some mornings arrive with fierce winds already sweeping across the water. Others bring towering waves crashing against the reefs before the sun has fully risen. And sometimes, the wisest pearl divers never leave the shore at all. History often celebrates bravery. It celebrates men who ventured into dangerous seas. It admires explorers who sail beyond familiar horizons. All of that is understandable. But among the pearl diving communities of the Red Sea, survival depended just as much on knowing when not to be brave. That may be one of history's least celebrated forms of wisdom. The Red Sea appears timeless. Its blue waters seem almost unchanged from one century to the next. Yet beneath that calm appearance lies a sea governed by seasons. Not the dramatic four-season cycle familiar to much of Europe or North America. The land surrounding the Red Sea rarely experience snowy winters or colorful autumn forests. Instead, the rhythm here is written in wind, heat, tides, and changing weather patterns. To outsiders, every month might seem almost identical. To experienced divers, every month felt completely different. The oldest captain in the village does not own a calendar covered with neatly printed dates. He has something better: memory. He remembers which winds usually arrive after certain constellations appear. He notices how the morning air smells. He studies distant clouds gathering above the mountains. He watches seabirds. Even the behavior of fish sometimes tells him that change is coming. Nature speaks constantly. Only patient listeners hear the conversation. One spring morning, the sea lies perfectly calm. The surface resembles polished glass. Even the youngest apprentices smile as the boats push away from shore. Days like these become precious gifts. The water remains clear enough to see coral formations many meters below. Currents stay gentle. Divers can work efficiently. Everyone returns home tired, but satisfied. The sea has been generous. Then summer arrives. The heat becomes almost overwhelming. By midday, the air shimmers above the sand. The wooden boats grow so hot that bare hands instinctively avoid touching certain surfaces. Sunlight reflects downward from the sky and upward from the sea. The divers joke that they are being cooked from both directions. It is only partly a joke. Working beneath such relentless heat requires careful pacing. Fresh water becomes even more precious. Shade transforms into a luxury. Even brief moments beneath a cloth canopy feel wonderfully refreshing. The oysters themselves continue growing according to nature's own timetable. Divers understood that harvesting every reef without restraint would eventually leave little behind. While ancient communities did not frame this in modern ecological language, experience taught many of them that certain beds recovered better when not constantly disturbed. Knowledge of productive locations and seasonal conditions was passed carefully from one generation to the next. The sea rewarded patience. It always had. Certain winds carried special significance. A gentle breeze from one direction might promise an excellent day. A stronger wind from another could encourage everyone to remain ashore. The captain stands quietly at sunrise. He wets one finger, raises it into the air, feels the breeze. Modern weather stations might smile politely at such simplicity. Yet generations of observation often produced remarkably accurate judgment. There is an old saying shared in many maritime cultures. The sea teaches slowly, but it examines every lesson. Few professions understood that better than pearl diving. Storms rarely arrived without warning. The first signs were often subtle. The horizon became slightly hazy. Clouds gathered above distant mountains. Birds changed their usual flight patterns. Small waves developed sharp white edges. Experienced crews noticed immediately. Young apprentices sometimes saw only another beautiful morning. Experience often consists of recognizing ordinary details before they become extraordinary problems. When storms finally arrived, they transformed the Red Sea completely. The gentle blue water disappeared beneath gray, wind-driven waves. Spray filled air. Anchored boats strained against their ropes. Coral reefs vanished beneath churning water. No sensible diver considered entering the sea. Nature had already answered today's question. The answer was no. There must have been disappointing mornings. Imagine waking before dawn, preparing equipment, packing food, walking eagerly toward the shore, only to hear the captain quietly announce, "We stay here today." A younger diver might glance hopefully toward the sea. "It doesn't look that bad." The older captain simply smiles. "It will." Experience has an annoying habit of being correct. Most of the time, waiting ashore did not mean idleness. Quite the opposite. Boats needed repair. Ropes required inspection. Baskets were rewoven. Knives sharpened. Nets mended. Homes maintained. Children taught. Communities understood that quiet days above water often made dangerous days below it much safer. Preparation is difficult to appreciate until the day it saves your life. The changing seasons also affected trade. Merchant ships crossing the Red Sea and the wider Indian Ocean relied heavily on predictable seasonal winds. Skilled captains timed their departures carefully, knowing that favorable conditions could speed a voyage dramatically, while unfavorable winds might delay travel for weeks or even months. Imagine missing the proper sailing season by only a few days. The cargo remains ready. The crew waits impatiently. The sea simply refuses. Nature has never accepted complaints as a form of navigation. Back in the village, families adjusted their lives accordingly. Successful diving seasons brought activity. Markets became busier. Merchants arrived more frequently. Children noticed extra visitors walking through the settlement. Then quieter months followed. Repairs replaced harvesting. Savings became important. Families stretched supplies carefully. Nobody expected constant abundance. Life had always moved in cycles. The wildlife understood this too. Seabirds followed seasonal migrations. Fish gathered differently as water temperatures shifted. Even coral reefs displayed subtle changes throughout the year. Ancient divers observed these patterns without notebooks or scientific journals. Their knowledge accumulated through generations of careful attention. A father pointed toward a flock of birds. His son remembered. Years later, that son pointed toward the same birds while teaching his own child. Knowledge survived, not inside libraries, inside conversations. Perhaps the greatest seasonal challenge was uncertainty. No year behaved exactly like the last. One season produced abundant oysters. Another disappointed. One year brought unusually calm weather. The next delivered repeated storms. No diver could command the wind. No merchant could negotiate with the tide. No king could order favorable currents. The sea politely ignored politics. There is something oddly comforting about that. Empires rose. Empires fell. The Red Sea continued following rhythms far older than any throne. As afternoon sunlight softens across the village, today's boats return safely. The captain steps onto the beach. He pauses briefly before looking back toward the water. Tomorrow's conditions are already beginning to form beyond the horizon. He cannot control them. Neither can anyone else. He can only prepare, observe, respect, then decide whether tomorrow belongs to the sea. or to the shore. That quiet judgment, repeated year after year, allowed pearl diving communities to survive where recklessness would have failed. History often remembers the spectacular moments, the magnificent pearl, the wealthy merchant, the royal necklace. Far less often does it remember the calm morning when an old captain simply shook his head, untied no ropes, and quietly saved every life aboard his boat. As evening settles once more over the Red Sea, the winds begin shifting gently across the darkening water. The divers notice. The merchants notice. Even the children, though they may not yet understand why, feel the air changing. Tomorrow will be different. The sea has already decided. The morning begins with every reason for confidence. The sky is clear. The sea breathes quietly against the shoreline. The boats, lying neatly upon the sand, rock gently in the small waves as though inviting another ordinary day of work. Children help carry baskets. The divers exchange familiar greetings. Someone laughs at a friend who forgot his knife for the second time this month. Perhaps the oysters will politely open themselves today. A few chuckles ripple across the beach. The friend smiles. They've been refusing for years. It is the sort of conversation that has probably echoed across coastlines for thousands of years. Comfortingly ordinary. And perhaps that is what makes storms so frightening. They rarely announce themselves with dramatic speeches. Nature does not stand upon the horizon waving enormous flags while shouting, "Excuse me, everyone. Terrible weather will arrive in exactly 43 minutes. If only. History would have been considerably less complicated. Instead, the first warning is almost invisible. An experienced captain pauses before stepping into his boat. He looks eastward. The sunrise appears slightly blurred, not because of morning mist. Something about the air feels different. Another captain notices that the breeze has shifted, only a little, enough to wrinkle the sea in a pattern that was not there yesterday. A flock of seabirds circles unusually close to the shore before settling on the cliffs instead of venturing farther out. The youngest apprentice notices none of these things. To him, it is simply another beautiful morning. Experience often consists of seeing what everyone else overlooks. The boats leave the beach. Oars dip into calm water. The familiar rhythm returns. Pull, glide, pull, glide. The village slowly becomes smaller behind them. Before long, only a thin strip of pale sand separates the sea from the desert hills. The divers reach the reefs. Anchors splash quietly into the water. Work begins. The first dives go well. Oysters fill the baskets. The water remains wonderfully clear. Sunlight dances across coral gardens where brilliantly colored fish move through narrow passages with effortless grace. For a little while, nothing seems unusual. Then the wind grows stronger. Not suddenly, gradually, almost politely. One diver surfaces and notices tiny white crests beginning to appear farther offshore. Another glances toward the horizon. Dark clouds, still distant, still small. The captain watches silently. He has seen this before. Many times. He calls the divers back aboard. One younger man protests. Just a few more dives. The captain shakes his head. No. No long explanation. No dramatic debate. Simply one word. Sometimes wisdom fits comfortably inside the shortest sentences. The anchor comes up. The boat turns toward shore. Other crews are doing exactly the same thing. No one wishes to test the sea's patience. Unfortunately, not every crew notices the warning equally early. Farther south, another group remains busy beneath the surface. They have found an especially productive oyster bed. The baskets are filling quickly. The temptation is understandable. One more dive, then another. The sea has a curious habit of making just one more sound perfectly reasonable, until it no longer is. Within an hour, the Red Sea begins changing its mood. The once gentle breeze stiffens into a steady wind. The smooth water becomes uneven. Small waves slap against the hull instead of gently lifting it. The oars require noticeably more effort. Conversation aboard the boats becomes quieter. Each man concentrates on the shoreline, which now seems surprisingly far away. The clouds gather with remarkable speed. Gray replaces blue. The sunlight fades. The air cools unexpectedly. Then comes the first distant roll of thunder. Not loud, not yet, merely a reminder. The sea is changing. One cannot help but imagine how vulnerable these ancient boats truly were. They were beautifully built for their purpose. Light enough to launch by hand. Strong enough for daily fishing and diving. Easy to repair. But they were not designed to challenge the full fury of a major storm. Few vessels of the ancient world were. The wind rises again, this time with unmistakable force. Spray begins blowing across the deck. Loose ropes whip against wooden rails. The sail, if raised, must be lowered quickly before it tears itself apart. Now every man aboard reaches for an oar. Strength matters. Timing matters even more. The waves no longer arrive gently. They strike from awkward angles. One lifts the bow. Another crashes against the side. A third spins the boat unexpectedly. Keeping the vessel pointed correctly becomes an exhausting struggle. Meanwhile, visibility shrinks. Rain sweeps across the sea in dense gray curtains. The shoreline disappears. One moment it is visible. The next, gone. Imagine that feeling. No compass. No engine. No radio. No weather forecast. Only wind, rain, and memory. The captain must navigate largely by instinct and experience. He studies the waves. He feels the wind against his face. He searches desperately for familiar landmarks hidden somewhere beyond the storm. His crew trust him completely. They have little alternative. Lightning flashes. For an instant, the world becomes brilliantly white. Every wave, every face, every rope, perfectly visible. Then darkness returns. Thunder follows only moments later. Closer now. Much closer. Fortunately, the Red Sea is relatively narrow compared with great oceans, and many pearl diving expeditions stayed within reach of the coast. Even so, sudden storms could still become deadly, especially for lightly built boats operating near reefs or far enough offshore that returning safely became difficult. Some captains succeed. Their boats finally emerge from the rain. The coastline appears. Everyone rows harder. Muscles burning. hands blistering. No one complains. The beach has never looked more beautiful. Families waiting ashore suddenly recognize familiar boats. Relief spreads quietly across the shoreline. Children wave. Women hurry toward the water. The exhausted crews step onto solid ground. No pearls gathered that afternoon could possibly equal the value of simply coming home. Not every story ends so gently. Ancient records from various civilizations describe fleets lost to storms throughout history. Merchant convoys, fishing vessels, naval squadrons, and smaller coastal boats sometimes vanished when violent weather overwhelmed even experienced sailors. Most of those stories leave frustrating gaps. Names disappear. Numbers vary. Eyewitnesses become legends. History often preserves the fact of disaster more clearly than it details. Yet one truth remains constant. Storms demanded enormous respect. Sometimes entire seasons became remembered not for magnificent pearl harvests, but for terrible weather. Old divers spoke quietly about those years. The storm of my father's youth. The season when 3 boats never returned. The year the harbor filled with broken masts. Such memories lingered for generations. Not because people enjoyed recalling tragedy. Because memory helped protect the living. Every story carried a lesson. Leave earlier. Watch the birds. Respect changing winds. Trust experienced captains. Do not argue when they say it is time to return. The sea forgives ignorance more readily than pride. After great storms, villages changed. Boats required rebuilding. Nets disappeared. Anchors had to be replaced. Families mourned. Communities gathered to help one another recover. Those who had spared timber shared it. Those who possessed extra food divided it. Those with stronger boats helped neighbors repair weaker ones. Survival had always been a community effort. No household endured alone for very long. Strangely enough, the sea itself often looked perfectly innocent the following morning. The waves returned to their gentle rhythm. Sunlight sparkled once again upon the water. Fish swam peacefully above the reefs. Nothing about the landscape suggested the violence of the previous day. Nature rarely leaves monuments to its own storms. People carry those memories instead. As evening settles over our village, the repaired boats rest quietly upon the sand. Children once again chase one another between them. Life continues. It always must. One elderly diver sits looking toward the horizon. A younger man asks him whether he still fears storms after so many years. The old diver smiles thoughtfully before answering. I don't fear the storm. He pauses. I fear forgetting to respect it. There is a profound difference. Perhaps that quiet distinction allowed generations of pearl divers to survive where arrogance would have failed. The Red Sea was never their enemy, nor was it their friend. It was simply the sea, beautiful, generous, unpredictable, and entirely indifferent to human ambition. Tomorrow, if the weather allows, the boats will launch again. The divers will fill their lungs. The oysters will continue growing beneath the reefs. The ancient rhythm will resume, exactly as it has for centuries. But every crew will carry with them the memory of storms, not to frighten them, but to remind them that wisdom on a water is measured not only by courage, but by knowing when to turn toward home, Chapter 20: How the Industry Slowly Declined. For thousands of years, the rhythm hardly seemed to change. Before dawn, boats slipped quietly into the Red Sea. Divers filled their lungs with one careful breath. They disappeared beneath the clear blue water. They returned carrying baskets of rough oyster shells that, with enough patience and a little luck, might reveal treasures fit for emperors and queens. Generation followed generation. Fathers taught sons. Mothers preserved households while the sea claimed another day's labor. Merchants crossed deserts. Ships rode the seasonal winds. Royal courts competed for the finest pearls. To those living within this world, it may have felt almost eternal. Surely something so ancient, so successful, so deeply woven into everyday life, would always remain. History has heard that prediction many times. It has rarely agreed. The decline of the ancient Red Sea pearl industry did not happen in a single dramatic moment. No great proclamation announced its end. No emperor stood upon a palace balcony declaring, "Well, everyone, thank you for several thousand years of pearl diving. We shall now pursue other hobbies." History generally prefers quieter endings. Instead, change arrived little by little. So gradually that many people living through it probably never realized they were witnessing the close of an age. The first changes came through politics. The Red Sea had always connected civilizations. That was one of its greatest strengths. It was also one of its greatest vulnerabilities. Trade depends upon stability. Merchants invest when roads remain open. Ships sail when ports are secure. Caravans travel when borders are reasonably predictable. When kingdoms fought prolonged wars, commerce often suffered. A caravan delayed by conflict might miss an entire trading season. A harbor damaged during war could take years to recover. Taxes changed. New rulers imposed different regulations. Old agreements disappeared. The pearls themselves remained just as beautiful. Reaching buyers became more complicated. Empires rose. Empires fell. The sea remained. Human governments did not. Ancient Egypt experienced periods of extraordinary prosperity. It also endured invasions, internal struggles, and changing dynasties. The Roman Empire expanded across much of the Mediterranean before gradually fragmenting over centuries. New powers emerged around the Red Sea. Each transition reshaped commercial networks. Some ports flourished. Others slowly declined. History often resembles a river. When the current changes course, some harbors are left far from the water that once sustained them. Trade routes also evolved. Merchants constantly searched for faster journeys, safer harbors, lower taxes, better profits. If one route became dangerous or expensive, another often gained importance. The Red Sea never completely lost its commercial significance, but it increasingly competed with other regions producing valuable pearls and luxury goods. Competition is rarely dramatic. It is simply persistent. One merchant chooses another supplier. Then another follows. Then another. Eventually, entire markets begin shifting almost without anyone noticing. The pearl fisheries themselves faced natural challenges. Pearl oysters cannot replenish endlessly if harvested too aggressively. Ancient divers possessed considerable practical knowledge and often recognized the importance of allowing productive bedtime to recover. Even so, growing populations, changing markets, and local pressures could affect some fisheries over long periods. Nature always keeps its own accounts. Withdraw too much, too quickly. Eventually the balance changes. No kingdom has ever successfully argued with biology. Environmental conditions changed as well. Storms altered coastlines. Sediments sometimes covered productive reefs. Coral ecosystems shifted naturally over generations. Small changes, repeated across centuries, gradually influenced where oysters thrived. To a single diver, such changes seemed ordinary. To history, they became part of a much larger pattern. Then came changing tastes. Luxury has always followed fashion. One century celebrates one style. The next quietly embraces another. Pearls remained admired, certainly. But wealthy patrons also desired new gemstones, intricate metalwork, colorful glass, and artistic styles arriving through expanding trade networks. A noblewoman who once sought 3 strands of pearls might now commission jewelry combining emeralds, sapphires, garnets, and gold. Fashion rarely dismisses beauty. It simply discovers additional forms of it. The jewelers adapted, as skilled artisans always do. Rather than relying solely upon pearls, they experimented with increasingly elaborate combinations of materials. Some creations became astonishing works of craftsmanship. The pearl remained important. It no longer stood entirely alone. Meanwhile, the divers noticed quieter signs. Some familiar oyster beds yielded fewer exceptional pearls. Certain merchants visited less frequently. Prices fluctuated unpredictably. Young people occasionally chose different occupations if opportunities appeared elsewhere. Not because pearl diving had suddenly become impossible. Because alternatives slowly emerged. History often changes one career choice at a time. Generational change proved especially significant. Imagine an elderly diver sitting beside his grandson. He tells stories about seasons when merchants crowded the beach, when buyers competed fiercely for every fine pearl, when caravans departed almost weekly. The grandson listens politely. His own experience feels different. Not worse, simply different. Every generation believes its childhood reflects normal life. Only old age reveals how much the world has quietly transformed. Centuries later, technological innovation would reshape the pearl industry even more profoundly than politics or trade ever had. For most of our story, every valuable pearl depended entirely upon nature. An oyster, a tiny irritant, years of patient growth, a skilled diver, a fortunate discovery. There were no shortcuts. That changed in the early 20th century with the successful development of cultured pearls. By carefully introducing a nucleus into certain oysters and managing their growth, producers could cultivate pearls on a much larger scale, while still relying on the oyster's natural ability to create nacre. It was one of the most transformative moments in the history of pearls. Natural pearls, once extraordinarily rare, suddenly faced competition from cultured pearls that were more consistent and far more widely available. For communities whose livelihoods depended on finding rare natural treasures, the economic consequences were enormous. By then, of course, countless generations of ancient Red Sea divers had long since faded into history. They never witnessed this transformation. Yet their legacy helps us appreciate just how revolutionary it was. Another force quietly changed the coastline. Modern industries, steamships, railways, new ports. Global commerce expanded on a scale unimaginable to ancient merchants. The world grew simultaneously larger and smaller. Goods traveled farther than ever before. Information traveled faster still. The old rhythms of seasonal caravans gradually gave way to entirely different systems. The pearl diving villages changed with them. Some adapted by fishing. Others turned toward broader maritime trade. Some gradually diminished as younger generations sought opportunities in growing towns and cities. Not every village disappeared. Few remain exactly the same. And perhaps that is the most familiar pattern in history. Nothing remains frozen forever. Not kingdoms. Not languages. Not industries. Not even coastlines. Yet decline should not be mistaken for failure. There is an important difference. The ancient Red Sea pearl industry endured for an astonishing length of time. It supported families, connected continents, inspired artists, enriched merchants, adorned rulers, shaped economies, influenced cultures stretching from Africa to India and across the Mediterranean. Measured by almost any historical standard, it was an extraordinary success. Its ending does not diminish its achievement. If anything, it makes that achievement even more remarkable. As twilight settles over the Red Sea one final time, let's imagine an old diver sitting quietly upon the shore. His boat now rests permanently above the tide line. His diving days are over. He watches younger fishermen preparing their nets for different kinds of work. The world is changing. He knows it. The sea, however, continues breathing with the same gentle rhythm it always has. The waves still wash against the coral reefs. Pearl oysters still live quietly beneath the surface. Sunrise still paints the water gold each morning. Nature remembers even when industries fade. And somewhere beneath those calm blue waters, an oyster slowly begins coating a tiny grain with another delicate layer of nacre. It has no idea that empires have risen and fallen above it. No idea that trade routes have shifted. No idea that fashions have changed. It simply continues its patient work, layer by layer, year after year, just as it always has. There is something wonderfully peaceful about that. Our story began with quiet boats leaving the shore before dawn. It ends with the sea exactly where we found it, calm, enduring, and full of mysteries still hidden beneath the surface. The divers are gone. The merchants have finished their journeys. The royal courts have fallen silent. But the Red Sea remains, gently keeping the memory of thousands of ordinary lives whose patience, courage, and determination transform humble oysters into some of the ancient world's most treasured wonders for centuries. The sea kept its secrets. The boats that once crossed these waters slowly disappeared. Their timbers rotted away beneath sun and salt. The woven baskets unraveled. The ropes returned to dust. The voices of the divers, once carried across the morning water, faded into silence. The great merchants stopped arriving. The caravans chose different roads. The royal courts that had once competed for the finest pearls became memories preserved only in scattered chronicles and fading inscriptions. Eventually, even the pearl diving villages themselves changed. Children grew into adults who found different livelihoods. Old houses collapsed. Harbors filled gradually with sand. The shoreline shifted a little with every passing century. Nature is wonderfully patient. Given enough time, it quietly reclaims almost everything humanity builds. If our story ended there, we might imagine that the history of Red Sea pearl diving had vanished forever. But history possesses an extraordinary habit. Just when it appears completely forgotten, someone begins digging. Not treasure hunters, not fortune seekers, archaeologists. Their tools are rather less dramatic than adventure stories often suggest. No giant explosions. No mysterious maps covered in glowing symbols. Mostly brushes, trowels, measuring tapes, careful notebooks, and an astonishing amount of patience. One suspect's patience should probably be the official mascot of archaeology. Our journey now moves forward thousands of years. The shoreline looks familiar. The same mountains rise beyond the coast. The same warm winds drift across the sea. The same reefs lie hidden beneath remarkably clear water. Yet scattered across this landscape are subtle clues that most travelers would walk past without a second glance. A line of unusually shaped stones, fragments of ancient pottery, broken anchors half buried beneath the sand, large piles of discarded oyster shells. To most people, just rocks, just shells, just debris. To an archaeologist, an entire conversation with the past. Imagine standing beside one of those enormous shell mounds. Thousands upon thousands of oyster shells lie piled together. At first, they appear completely ordinary. Then a simple question arises. How did all of these arrive here? Nature rarely creates mountains of neatly opened oyster shells far above the tide line. People do. Every discarded shell represents one careful attempt to find a pearl. One oyster. One hopeful moment. One decision to keep searching. Multiply that by hundreds of thousands. Suddenly, the quiet shell mound becomes evidence of an industry that lasted centuries. History occasionally hides inside rubbish. Quite literally. Ancient refuse often proves surprisingly valuable to modern researchers. One person's garbage becomes another person's doctoral dissertation. Among the shell piles, archaeologists sometimes discover broken knives used for opening oysters, small stone weights, fragments of woven baskets preserved in unusually dry conditions. Occasionally, even pieces of rope survive where climate allows. Each object seems insignificant on its own. Together, they begin rebuilding an entire world. Nearby, the foundations of modest stone buildings emerge from beneath drifting sand. Nothing grand. No towering temples. No enormous palaces. Simple structures. Storage rooms. Workshops. Temporary shelters. Exactly the sort of buildings one might expect near seasonal pearl fisheries. History is often reconstructed not from spectacular discoveries, but from ordinary ones. A cracked cooking pot, a fish hook, a worn sharpening stone, The everyday objects speak quietly, yet remarkably clearly. Modern archaeologists also study ancient harbors. Some now lie far inland because coastlines have shifted over the centuries. Others rest beneath shallow water where careful underwater excavations reveal stone quays, anchor points, and loading areas once crowded with merchants and sailors. The sea, despite everything, preserved more than anyone expected. Underwater archaeology requires extraordinary care. Divers descend with cameras instead of oyster baskets. Their mission is no longer to gather treasure. It is to gather knowledge. Each measurement, each photograph, each carefully mapped stone helps answer questions that written history left unresolved. There is something wonderfully poetic about divers once again descending into the Red Sea. Only now, they search for history itself. Technology has become their newest companion. Satellites reveal ancient shorelines hidden beneath desert sands. Drones photograph subtle patterns invisible from ground level. Three-dimensional scanning records fragile ruins in astonishing detail. Laboratories analyze tiny shell fragments under powerful microscopes. Scientists even study chemical traces preserved inside ancient oyster shells, learning about the temperature and salinity of the Red Sea thousands of years ago. The oysters, it seems, quietly kept environmental records all along. No one simply realized it. Even broken pearls occasionally appear during excavations, not magnificent treasures fit for royal crowns. Small ones, misshapen ones, pearls perhaps considered too imperfect to sell, lost before reaching distant markets. To archaeologists, these modest discoveries can prove just as exciting as flawless gems. A broken pearl still tells a complete story. Nearby, inscriptions occasionally emerge from the sand, not always lengthy. Sometimes only names, dates, simple records of trade or ownership. Yet even those fragments connect forgotten places with known civilizations. A merchant mentioned in one harbor may also appear in records hundreds of kilometers away. Suddenly, isolated discoveries become connected. History resembles assembling an enormous puzzle after someone misplaced most of the pieces. Progress comes slowly, one careful discovery at a time. Ancient ports along the Red Sea also reveal evidence of a remarkably international world. Pottery from the Mediterranean, glass from Egypt, incense from Arabia, spices that originated much farther east, coins minted under different rulers. These objects remind us that the pearl fisheries never existed in isolation. They formed part of one of the ancient world's great commercial networks. A diver gathering oysters beneath the reef may never have imagined his discoveries would eventually travel across continents. Archaeology allows us to trace those journeys in reverse. From palace to merchant, from merchant to harbor, from harbor back to the quiet shoreline where everything began. Not every mystery has been solved. Far from it. Many ancient pearl stations almost certainly remain undiscovered. Some lie beneath modern towns. Others rest below the sea. Still more may wait beneath drifting desert sands, completely unnoticed. History retains remarkable patience. It has already waited thousands of years. It can wait a little longer. Perhaps the most moving discoveries are the simplest. A worn stone where generations sharpened knives. A child's small footprint preserved in ancient mud before hardening beneath the sun. The remains of a cooking hearth blackened by countless evening meals. These discoveries remind us that history is not merely the story of empires. It is the story of ordinary mornings, ordinary families, ordinary workers, people who laughed together, shared bread, repaired boats, watched sunsets, and hoped tomorrow's oysters might hold another pearl. As the archaeological team carefully packs away its tools for the evening, the modern divers climb from the water. The sun begins setting across the Red Sea exactly as it did for the ancient pearl fishers. Golden light stretches across the waves. Seabirds glide silently overhead. The sea appears almost unchanged. Only the people are different. Or perhaps not entirely. The archaeologists carry home notebooks instead of oyster baskets. The divers retrieve history rather than pearls. Yet both are searching for hidden treasures beneath the same water. One seeks beauty, the other seeks understanding. Both require patience. Both depend upon careful observation. And both remind us that the greatest discoveries often remain invisible until someone is willing to look closely. As darkness gently settles over the Red Sea, our long journey also approaches its quiet conclusion. The Forgotten Pearl stations no longer bustle with merchants or echo with the voices of exhausted divers. Instead, they offer something equally valuable: a chance to remember, to honor the countless ordinary people whose names have largely disappeared but whose work connected continents, enriched civilizations, and left delicate traces that still emerge, shell by shell, from beneath the sand. And perhaps that is the most precious pearl of all. Not the ones locked inside royal treasuries, but the stories patiently recovered from the silence of history itself. Well, dear friend, we've reached the end of our long and gentle journey. Tonight, we traveled far beyond the familiar image of a pearl resting inside a velvet-lined jewelry box. We followed its story all the way back to where it truly began, not in a palace, not in a royal treasury, and not in the hands of an emperor, but beneath the calm blue waters of the Red Sea, inside an ordinary oyster that had no idea it was quietly creating one of the ancient world's greatest luxuries. It is a rather humble beginning for something that would one day cross continents. We watched the first light of dawn spread across quiet villages as divers prepared their simple wooden boats. We floated over coral reefs where sunlight danced across the sea floor. We descended into clear water with men who carried only a single breath and years of experience. We waited patiently while thousands upon thousands of oysters were opened, knowing that most would contain nothing at all. And somehow, that made the rare discoveries feel even more precious. We walked beside merchants crossing deserts beneath an unforgiving sun. We entered bustling ports where languages from across the ancient world blended together in the marketplace. We stood quietly inside royal courts where queens admired pearls that had begun their remarkable journeys in villages they would never see. We returned again and again to the shoreline, where families waited for familiar boats to appear on the horizon each evening, where children searched the sand for unusual shells, where worn hands repaired nets beneath the glow of small oil lamps, where tomorrow's work quietly began before today's fatigue had fully disappeared. Along the way, we discovered that pearls were never simply about wealth. They were about patience. An oyster spent years creating something beautiful one delicate layer at a time. Divers spent years mastering a profession that demanded courage without arrogance. Merchants spent months guiding caravans and ships across landscapes filled with uncertainty. Families spent generations preserving knowledge that was rarely written down, but never forgotten. History often celebrates moments. Pearl diving reminds us to appreciate processes. Almost nothing valuable happened quickly. Perhaps that is why these stories feel so calming. They unfold at the pace of nature itself. We also met the less comfortable parts of the past. Storms that swept across the sea without warning. Divers whose bodies carry the marks of decades spent beneath the waves. Communities living with uncertainty every season. People whose labor was not always freely chosen. History, like the sea, contains both beauty and hardship. Ignoring either one would leave us with only half the truth. Yet even in difficult chapters, one quiet theme continued returning. Resilience. Morning after morning, the boats returned to the water. Not because the work was easy, not because success was guaranteed, simply because life continued. There is something deeply reassuring about that steady rhythm. The Red Sea itself became one of the quiet characters in our story. Empires rose beside it. Empires disappeared. Trade routes shifted. Religions changed. Languages evolved. Kings and queens came and went. Still the waves continued washing gently against the shore. The coral reefs continued growing. The pearl oysters quietly continue their patient work beneath the surface. Nature measures time rather differently than we do. Perhaps that is one reason spending time with history can feel so peaceful. It gently reminds us that the world has always been changing. Long before we arrived, long after we are gone, and somehow, the sunrise still comes, the tide still rises, the wind still carries the scent of salt across the shoreline. There is comfort in such continuity. I like to imagine one final scene. The village has fallen asleep. The cooking fires have faded into glowing embers. The boats rest safely above the tide. A soft breeze moves through the palm leaves. Somewhere beyond a reef, fish drift quietly through the moonlit water. Far below them, nestled among coral and shells, an oyster slowly adds another microscopic layer of nacre around a tiny grain resting inside its shell. No audience watches. No applause follows. No historian records the moment. The oyster simply continues its patient work. Night after night, season after season, year after year. It does not know that one day a diver may discover it. It does not know that the pearl inside could travel through deserts, across oceans, into royal palaces, or eventually into a museum where people centuries later will pause quietly to admire its soft glow. It asks for no recognition. It simply follows the rhythm nature has given it. There is something quietly beautiful about that. Perhaps more beautiful than the pearl itself. Because history, when we slow down enough to listen, is rarely only about famous rulers or magnificent treasures. It is about ordinary people doing ordinary work with extraordinary dedication. It is about fishermen watching the weather, children learning from grandparents, merchants patiently crossing impossible distances, craftsmen perfecting skills over entire lifetimes, families sharing simple meals after difficult days, lives that rarely appear in grand paintings, yet together built the ancient world. And maybe, as you settle a little deeper into your chair, or perhaps a little farther beneath your blanket, there is one final thought worth carrying with you into the quiet hours ahead. Every pearl we admire tonight began as something imperfect, not as a flawless treasure, but as a tiny irritation patiently transformed over time into something luminous. Nature never hurried that process. Neither did history. Perhaps the finest things rarely arrive all at once. They grow gently, layer by layer, season by season, generation by generation, just as civilizations did, just as the coral reefs beneath the Red Sea still do today, and just as the waves continue their endless conversation with the shore, exactly as they have for thousands of years. So, as the stars slowly drift above the calm waters of the Red Sea, we leave the divers to their well-earned rest. We leave the merchants to their distant roads. We leave the pearl oysters to the quiet darkness beneath the reef. And we leave the sea exactly as we found it. Peaceful, patient, timeless. Thank you for joining me on tonight's gentle journey through one of history's most remarkable traditions. Until our next sleepy voyage into the past. May your evening be calm, your thoughts grow lighter with each passing moment, and your dreams drift as quietly as the warm tides of the ancient Red Sea beneath a sky filled with endless stars. Good night.